What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Wednesday, April 9th, 2025. And the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, Alex Myers of Golf Digest will join us in about 10 minutes to preview the Masters. We'll get his thoughts on Scotty Scheffler, Jordan Spieth, Rory McIlroy, some of the other big names teeing off at Augusta tomorrow, plus some long shots who can win and make your cousin some money this weekend. We've got sound from Steve Sarkisian, who met with the media yesterday talking spring football and the Longhorns' plans for the transfer portal that opens up 1 week from today. Texas baseball gets another win. Crazy times in the NBA. Luka's return to Dallas tonight. Tre Johnson makes it official. And Arch Manning has himself a new NIL deal. We've got plenty to get into in the world of sports and beyond between now and 9 o'clock on TSU's morning program. Happy hump day to each and every one of you tuned in this morning. Happy hump day to you, my man. How are you today?
Doing good, man. Doing good. Beautiful morning this morning. Another sunny day coming up. I don't see a lot of wind this morning or hear a lot of wind this morning, but it sounds like it may be windy again today. I mean, it's like the wind hasn't stopped. Yesterday was a nice day. Not a lot of wind, but today it's supposed to pick back up. And Luka coming to Dallas tonight. I got to see that. I got to see what that's going to be. Well, I know what it's going to be like. It's going to be more Luka fans than, fans for the Mavs, no doubt about it. But that'll be interesting tonight to see how he plays and how he handles tonight. I would expect he would have a big game tonight. If LeBron and he are playing, that could be a show unto itself. For the Mavs team, I feel bad for them. I think the Lakers may roll them badly tonight.
It's going to be a wild atmosphere at American Airlines Center in Dallas tonight. It's a nationally televised game.
Does the GM show up?
That's a great question. For his safety, he probably shouldn't, but I assume he'll be there. He's been at most of the games since the trade went down, and he still gets booed and cursed at, and it hasn't bothered him. He continues to show face around the Metroplex. So I assume he's going to be there. But, yeah, it's 6:30 tip tonight on ESPN. So the eyes of the basketball world will be upon Dallas, Texas, USA, America tonight.
Oh, yeah.
It's the second meeting between the Lakers and Mavs since the trade, but the first one obviously was in Los Angeles. The Lakers won that game. Luka went for a triple-double. That was just a couple of weeks after the trade. Obviously now there's been more time for this thing to fester. And I wonder if there's going to be a tribute video to Luka tonight in Dallas. I mean, he deserves one because of everything he did for the Mavs, but you wonder if the pettiness from Mavs ownership and Mavs front office ship will prevent that from happening. Again, it should be a raucous atmosphere tonight, to say the least. I've got multiple friends who live in Dallas who said that their goal is to get kicked out tonight. And I think that might be the goal for a number of Mavs fans who attend the game this evening. Tickets to Mavs games have been pretty cheap since the trade, Buck.
Yeah.
Tickets to tonight's game, not cheap at all. You got to pay a couple $100 just to get in the doors this evening. So this has been highly anticipated matchup since the trade went down 2 months ago.
Yeah, it should be an entertaining night, to say the least. I mean, I don't know. It's not going to take much for you to get your ass kicked out of there tonight, I believe. Yeah. And they won't put up with very much tonight.
Yeah, they'll probably have extra security, right, around the building.
Absolutely.
Looking for signs, looking for yellers, looking for cursors. I mean, who knows, right? Part of me thinks they need to have a longer leash because of just the emotions that are going to be in there. But
I think they'll have a longer leash, but they're not going to have a stupid leash. I mean, as soon as you do something that's deemed stupid by them, you're going to be gone.
Well, that's the question. What is deemed stupid? Because the Mavs have been kicking people out and threatening people for very minor things since the trade. So what is deemed stupid? Is it just anything? If you yell one time, they're going to have somebody ready to escort you out of the building?
No, I think if you stand up and start shooting fingers at Mavs management and acting, getting out of your seat and going overboard. You sit in your seat and yell and all that stuff. I mean, that's just being a fan. You stand up and you start pointing at people, and grabbing your crotch and doing something like that. I think you're going to be gone.
What about a fire Nico chant? We've heard a lot of those.
Well, I mean, they're probably going to do that, but they can't throw them all out.
That's the question. Could they throw them all out? Because there's going to be thousands of people doing that tonight. So
no, they can't throw them all out, but they're going to be individuals that go above and beyond, and that's all they're looking for. They're looking for the crotch grabbers, mooning, doing stupid. That's a no grad, and they won't tolerate that tonight. They can't do anything about what you say. I can't believe, or if you bring up the chance, they can't throw everybody out.
Who knows? And I wonder if the ESPN telecast is going to show the crowd, and I wonder if they're going to show anybody getting kicked out of the crowd tonight, right? Like, or do they just try to focus on the game itself and ignore all of the extracurricular activities?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, people look, it's not just Mavs fans who are pissed or who have been paying attention to what's been going on. Like, every basketball fan has kind of watched the demise of the Mavs organization over the last 8-9 weeks. And I think a lot of people, again, will be tuned in tonight just to see how this thing is handled. Obviously, they want to watch the game to see what Luka does against his former team and his first meeting in his former city.
And the Lakers need every game in these last 3 or 4 games.
Yeah, Lakers trying to hold on to the 3 seed in the Western Conference. The Mavs trying to hold on to the 10 spots in that final play-in position in the Western Conference. I think they've got a 2-game lead, maybe a 3-game lead over Phoenix right now with like 4 to play. So I think the Mavs are going to be fine regardless. But yeah, playoff positioning on the line, and the Lakers trying to make sure they're playing their best ball going into the postseason. And shoot, this could be a matchup between two teams that are like 0-79. And just Luka coming back to Dallas, that's going to make it feel like a playoff type of game either way.
Yeah, it'll be a playoff atmosphere. I mean, it's just as long as it's not way over the top. I mean, he's going to get cheered like nobody's business. I think this is just going to be great for him, and I think he's going to play well. I don't think he's going to have any. I mean, he's not going to have any ill feelings towards the players, management, yes, but I don't know how he takes that. He just plays his normal game and goes about his business because he knows that the Lakers got to win. It can't be just Luka against the Mavs. It's got to be the Lakers going to need to win the game.
For sure. Yeah, Luka won't be talking too much trash to the fans. Although he did get ejected in Oklahoma City last night.
Oh, my God.
For talking trash to the fans. At least he says he was talking trash to the fans. A ref thought he was yapping at him, so he gave him his second technical in the fourth quarter, and things fell apart pretty quickly for the Lakers after that.
Oh, yeah.
But he's been known to go back and forth with the crowd. But, yeah, I think he's going to scope out Nico Harrison tonight. He's going to be looking at Jason Kidd, the Mavs head coach, tonight.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. I mean, because those guys have something directly to do with that. I mean, whether Jason Kidd had anything to do with it or not, but it's his coach. It didn't, he can say, I didn't know what was happening to me, but he needed to stand a little bit taller for that deal.
Yeah, you would think. And I think Luka's probably pissed about that too. He's a grudge holder. A lot of the best athletes are. And they use whatever they can for motivation. Hell, this one's pretty easy to use as motivation. You thought you were going to stay with that team for your entire career. And
yeah, no doubt, man.
Randomly ship you out overnight.
No doubt. Good morning to soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so much for the great job that you do. To you, to your families, we do appreciate them sharing you with all of us. And do be safe out there, please.
Yes, indeed. All right, we will be joined by Alex Myers of Golf Digest here in a moment, talking all things Masters. Of course, the 89th Masters tournament tees off at Augusta National tomorrow, Buck. Can't wait to watch this one. ESPN and CBS promise more coverage of the 4 days than ever before, and I can't get enough Masters coverage, so I hope they are true to their word on that. This is the best golf tournament of the year.
And it's going to be, the greens, everything else. The place is going to be a little soft because of the weather. But it looks like it's going to be okay for the next couple of days. But that's going to play. It's going to play slow, and those balls aren't going to be running all over the place. And the greens will be nice and firm. And I really like to see. I like to see some really nice scores here early. I think Scotty Scheffler will get off to a good start. I mean, he knows that golf course well. I think Jordan Spieth will have a good first day, and then he'll disappear. You know who I think will have a good day, PK, is Cantlay.
Patrick can't play?
Yeah, Patrick can't play.
Okay.
Patrick too slow to play.
You've been
I just
watching
think this is kind of his time.
Yeah. He's been playing well in TGL over the last few weeks.
Yes.
I know you've been locked into that event.
Oh, God, do I hate that.
I know. It's over for this season, so you don't have to watch it anytime soon. But yeah, year one of the TGL is wrapped up. All right. I think I see him ready to go, adjusting the headset. Seems like he is ready to rock and roll live from Augusta National this morning. The great Alex Myers from Golf Digest joins us here on TSU. Alex, thanks for the time, my man. How are you this morning?
You got it. I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on. I'm adjusting. I'm tangled up here. I don't know. It's amazing how these things tangle, but yeah, I'm here. How's it going?
Good, man. Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah.
Doing great. Yeah, it's amazing, right? You just wrap those things up perfectly. You put them in a bag. It feels like they should be tangle free. And then the next time you use them, you got a whole mess of cords to deal with. But you look great. You look great. And you sound great.
Thank you.
So, man, I've been reading your work on Golf Digest over the last couple of days. We'll get into some of your articles that you've got. But just curious for you, as a guy who covers the sport and a guy who has obviously covered this event numerous times, your biggest storylines, things that you're looking out for as we get set to tee off the 89th Masters.
I think you have to start with Rory McIlroy because, of course, it's crazy to think this is the 11th time that he has a chance to complete that career Grand Slam. But this time, it just feels like it's his best chance. You know, he's won twice on the PGA Tour before April for the first time in his career. He won, at Pebble, a signature event. He won the Players. He's just playing fantastic golf. And even that rain that came on Sunday and Monday here that softened up the course just had to be, music to his ears as he was laying in his room wherever he stays this week. So I think that's the biggest story. He seems like he kind of tries to downplay it. I don't blame him for that. But it's hard to avoid when you're going for history like that at a place like this.
Alex, it looks like when you see Rory over the last 5 or 6 tournaments, he looks so much more comfortable putting the ball now. Some of these 4 and 5 footers that he has struggled with, they seem kind of automatic. They seem like, like when Tiger would get over the ball, that's going in. Not a problem. He's not fidgety over the ball. He's kind of quick now. He's not as, he doesn't take as long to putt the ball anymore. He used to walk around a little bit and try to figure it out from all angles. It looks like he gets himself set, he putts the ball, and he goes on his way. And it's I don't think that's going to be a burden on him. If it is a burden on him, he won't win. But if he's as relaxed as he's been over the last couple of tournaments, it should be pretty good for him.
Yeah, I agree with that. And it's crazy. Obviously, when we play golf, how much confidence matters, but it really matters to these guys as well. And you think this guy one of the greatest players of all time, but even a player of that caliber needs to feel confident, right? Needs to have those good vibes. And you're right. If you're taking time over and you're fidgeting and this and that, then obviously something's going on. But he does feel more comfortable. And statistically across the board, this is the most balanced his game has been. We always think of him as, he's one of the greatest drivers of the golf ball ever. And that's kind of where he gets his leg up on the competition. But it hasn't just been the driver this year. It's been everything. It's been the putting at times. It's been the iron play. It's been the short game. I mean, he can pull off some of the greatest short game shots you ever see. So it's the whole game. And Augusta always seems to find a way to, reward the player who entire game is clicking. That's why Tiger's won 5 times. That's why Jack won 6 times. That's why Scheffler has won 2 of the past 3, because they're the best player all around. So I think it's just setting up for him. If he doesn't win this year, again, I do think he'll knock it off at some point, but man, I think he knows deep down that this is a great chance for him this year.
Definitely. Alex Myers of Golf Digest joining us here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Alex, you brought up Scotty Scheffler. We're in Austin, so we've got to ask you a Scotty question. Obviously, he's won 2 of the last 3 green jackets, coming off that historic 2024. Not off to as good of a start in 2025, understandably so. What he did last year was second to none. But Scotty's still the favorite this weekend. Your thoughts on him going back-to-back and maybe winning 3 in 4 years?
Yeah, I mean, I think Jack is the only one who's ever done it, so it's a tall task for sure, but I wouldn't put anything past him. Yeah, you mentioned the slow start, and it's funny because he hasn't won in 6 starts, which is like a huge slump for him. But, for anyone else, you'd look at those results and you'd say, wow, this person's trending perfectly, including a runner-up at his last start, right? You missed the playoff by 1 shot with that great charge down in Houston. So I'm not worried about him at all. In fact, after we heard about this freak kitchen ravioli injury on Christmas Day, I think there were people wondering, is this guy going to be out for the year or something? I mean, he had surgery on his hand. I mean, you're a golfer, like how more critical can the hands be? And the fact that he came back that quickly and has even done what he's done is huge. I mean, I just think if he's not back to top peak form yet, he will get there. And yeah, this is the week where it certainly could happen. He's an overwhelming favorite for a reason. He deserves to be.
Alex, these guys are incredibly mentally tough. We talk about all the different sports.
Yeah.
This sport itself is so mentally taxing on you. And I think all of them do a great job. You don't get to be a professional in this sport right here unless you're mentally tough.
Sure.
There's a lot of them you can get away with the physical, but the things that seems to separate the golfer from the other athletes is if something happens to them physically, whether it's a wrist, a back, a knee, it can totally destroy their whole career. They can be as mentally tough as they want to be, but there's an injury deal to this of the perfection that you have to be as a golfer that just destroys. I'm looking at like Xander Schauffele. I mean, that guy he has it going on.
Yep.
And now he's got some injury. I'm like, how bad can it be, Xander? I mean, you're out there playing in tournaments. What's the deal? What is the deal with you, Spieth? How bad is it? It just seems like the physical is what tears these guys apart. It's not the mental. They are mentally tough.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. You're right. And he talked about that yesterday, especially if you haven't had an injury like he did. He had to then deal with that. And then you have to watch other people winning every week. And you're like, oh, man, now people are passing me by because you're right. He'd gotten to the point. He'd climbed the mountaintop, right? He won the 2 majors last year. And you would have thought, oh, there's no reason why he can't keep clicking this year. And then this rib thing randomly pops up. And it's funny because he comes back and he's still made cuts and everything. The margins, though, between these guys are so small. And we were talking about confidence before. If he just feels a little something, it just takes away, even if that adds up to a half a stroke every round, that adds up to 2 strokes. It's just the margins are so small and so slim. You need everything to be clicking. You need you need to be 100% healthy. You need to not be worried about that. You need to have confidence in all aspects of your game. And if you're just a little off somewhere and you're thinking, oh man, of all the weeks, I'm feeling this week, or I'm doing this week. A lot of things have to go your way to win these things. So, but they are for the most part mentally tough. That's why they've made it, because there's a million golfers out there who probably have the talent to play on the PGA Tour, but only 100 or so actually get there every year. And that's what separates them.
Alex Myers from Golf Digest joining us this morning. A few more for you here, Alex. I got to ask the obligatory live golf question, right? I mean, it's, John Rahm, DeChambeau, obviously Brooks Koepka has been dominant in majors over his career. Your thoughts on the chances for any of those guys? And also kind of a second part here. Is it still weird? Are we past the weirdness between live and PGA when we get to these majors? What's sort of the vibes around all of these guys this week when they're all together?
Yeah, well, first of all, I mean, other than Bryson last year, it really was a very disappointing year in the majors for the live contingent. Now, I do still consider, 4 or 5 of their guys as strong contenders. So, and I would probably put Bryson at the top of that list. Of course, given his, almost winning the PGA last year and then winning at Pinehurst to win that second US Open. And this was a place where actually I thought he would never win. It just was so in his head, and you can't use those green books that have now been limited elsewhere too. But this was the first place where they said, no, you can't use these fancy green books. He wants to have as much info at his fingertips as possible, and taking that out of his, we're talking about confidence, that like messed with his head, I think. But last year we saw he was right there in the thick of it, at least through 36 and even over the weekend a little. And I think he turned the corner last year. I think this is his 10th appearance already, which is kind of crazy. So with each passing year, maybe that experience is outweighing the fact that he doesn't get to bring some of his, info to the course. So I love him of all the guys, but certainly, Rahm was just disappointing finish here last year, but he's a guy I would, for years I said I'm going to keep picking him until he wins, and I did, and he finally won. But I wouldn't be surprised if he wins another couple in his career. And then Brooks, obviously we think of him as a U.S. Open PGA guy because he's dominated those events, but he's had a couple really close calls here. You think back to when Tiger won in 2019. I thought that was Brooks's major to take, and we know how much he wants it. He leaves a section of his trophy case open in the middle for this Masters trophy. So those would be the three. I wouldn't be surprised by any of them. I would rank probably Bryson at the top. In terms of weirdness, the weirdness is actually that now this deal hasn't gotten done. It's like this awkward, right? Like you told me, we're coming up on 2 years since that quote framework agreement that kind of shocked the golf world, certainly shocked even Rory. And now, a few months ago, it was like, oh, well, this is just a matter of time. And then they had this meeting at the White House, and apparently that went south. And then the tour rejects an actual official offer finally. I forgot if that was last week or not. Now it almost looks like it's not going to happen. Whereas a month ago, I would have said, oh, this is a 99% going to happen. So that's where the weirdness is. But I do think most players are kind of insulated from that. They're not even really involved in those meetings. It's kind of higher up, and they're trying to concentrate on the golf. But yeah, in terms of like relationships and stuff like that, I think we've kind of moved past it.
Yeah, just a bunch of rich guys who are rich no matter where they play, they're rich.
Yeah, they're all making money.
Kind of hard.
Yeah, exactly.
Alex, let me ask you about two guys. One of them is Patrick Cantlay. For a while, that guy was one of the great putters. I thought was going to be maybe one of the greatest putters of all time.
Yeah.
Is it something that's with him and the physical does he hit it as long as the rest of those guys? Has that been a problem with him over the last couple of years? He just doesn't hit the ball out there with the rest of them.
He's not a bomber, but he has enough length. He's got it. He kind of mystifies me a little because, like you mentioned, potentially all-time great putter. Not like he hasn't won. I mean, he's won a fair amount of PGA Tour events, but it's kind of shocking how little he's contended at a major. In fact, last year, I guess it was it the British? There was only one major. He finally contended. I think it was the first time he was ever even within 5 shots heading into the final round. I mean, that's just stunning for a player of his caliber. So
yeah,
so part of me thinks there's definitely a mental thing there for him to get over into majors, but then part of me saying, well, maybe he's kind of turning the corner now. I mean, we saw what Xander did last year. Once he finally won, he won again. So, but no, he just because I kind of need to see it to believe it. He's not on my short list of guys, but yes, you would think a guy who putts that great and has enough distance would be a great player. And that was another guy, 2019. I think that was he made a run here, but it was kind of late. It's kind of late, and then he got passed up by other guys. But yeah, he kind of mystifies me.
And the other guy we talk about an awful lot, and everybody talks about, and whether it's the writers or announcers always talk about Justin Thomas. Yeah. He's there. He's real close. He plays these tournaments. He's right in there. This is his week. And then it's never his week. It just he's that guy that physically has all the tools. And I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's not just the majors. It's just in regular PGA events. He's right there. And every week we always talk about he's there. He's got everything going this week. He should be in the thick of things, but he never gets there. Is there a possibility this could be the one for him?
There's a possibility. I know a lot of people are high on him this week. I know he's played well this year, but like you mentioned, he just can't get across the finish line,
Yeah.
where early in his career he was winning at an incredible clip. I mean, he was always this is Jordan Spieth's friend, and then he passed Jordan Spieth. I mean, he was racking up wins, and what's crazy is that his last 3 wins are all majors or players, so they're big wins, but they're so spread out. I mean, we're going back years and years. It's weird. It's almost like maybe he fixated too much on those events, whereas like a Cantley, it's like the opposite, right? So yeah, I mean, long story short, again, he's not a guy that I'm really high on, just because he always seems to shoot himself in the foot at some point in these tournaments. He's a little more volatile than some of these guys, and he'll put up. Look what just happened at the Players. He shot 79, and then he tied the course record the next day. I mean, it's kind of crazy. So, like you said, he's got incredible game, incredible talent. But until he gets back in that winner's circle again, I'm kind of playing the wait and see game.
Okay,
Alex, I know our audience will be mad at me if I don't ask you about long shots, right? A lot of folks trying to make some money on this tournament. Who are some maybe lesser known names, or some lower odds guys that you think have a chance to win this tournament?
Yeah, so I kind of go in that middle zone, because when you look at the Masters champs, you really don't get flukes, right? So you do need to be a solid golfer, and so the guys that I'm looking at are Russell Henley, who finished 4th here last year. So that maybe not, but he is 50 or 55 to 1. He won earlier this year already, which is bodes well for him. And then you got Will Zalatoris, who, another guy, all the talent in the world. We thought he was going to be winning majors, had the back injury and everything else. But you just look at his track record here. He's top 10 every time. He was runner-up in his debut. I still like him. He's down in the 65, 75. Sepp Straka, who I believe he's still leading the FedEx Cup or whatever. He's right near the top. He's been one of the best players on tour this year. He's getting no love. I mean, I got him at 80 to 1. So I like him. And then we all know, that lefties play well here and everything else. And I like Akshay Bhatia. He is a guy who made his Masters debut last year. He was coming off his win at Valero. He hurt his shoulder celebrating in that wild finish, and he wasn't fully healthy here, and he still made the cut here in his debut. And again, just with the track record and the history of lefties, he played great, obviously, at the Players Championship, so he's coming in good form. Talk about length, talk about fearlessness. I think he's a guy to watch as well. So those would be my 4 sleepers, so to speak. Again, I wouldn't go much deeper than that, because unless you're talking about, maybe a top 10 pick or a top 5 pick, I'd see a lot of people are picking Sergio for like a top 10, Phil for a top 20, because they've been playing well recently. I don't mind that either, but in terms of actually winning, those would kind of be my 4 guys.
And one of the guys that I guess the odds would be pretty good, but Morikawa is he's still maybe the most talented guy on the tour right now that's healthy and everything. I mean, Scotty's still struggling a little bit. Morikawa can make every shot that's on the golf course. I mean, is that guy in line? Do you feel like maybe if he gets it together this week, this could be a green jacket for him?
I'm glad you brought him up. He is my official pick of the week. I love Kyle Morikawa coming into this week. Again, if my life was on the line, of course you're going to pick Scheffler, but you're not getting much bang for your buck, right? At the 3 or 4 to 1. So I like Morikawa in that 16 to 18 to 1 range. Was in the final group last year with Scheffler. Probably the best iron player on tour, or at least if you ask 100 tour guys, at least 50 of them would say his name. And it's just wild. He has played so well since the beginning of last year, and he has not won. So he is the ultimate. He's due to win. And I know he could have won earlier when Henley nipped him in Florida, but that wasn't really a Colin problem. It was more Henley just chipped in for eagle laid, kind of stunned him, right? Gave him that knockout blow that no one was expecting. So I just think he's so overdue to win. He's won 2 majors, so we know he can get it done in a major. He's my pick. Yeah, Colin, I'm glad you brought him up.
Alex, in areas, I mean, you've been to every area in the world, whether it's the British Open, you've been, overseas. I mean, you've been in this country. When we talk about areas of golf, we live in a pretty nice area down here in the Austin area. But tell me about the Dallas area. of golf and great golfers that have been coming out of the Dallas. Are there great teachers up there? We just lost Dave Peltz, which
Right.
I don't hear the golf world even talking about Dave Peltz. I mean, he's lived right down the road for me and has his property right down the road for me in Dripping Springs. But there wasn't much said about Dave Peltz. I mean, was Dave Peltz a teacher for everybody, or was he just Phil's guy? But we don't hear much about it. But let me just say this: is Dallas a big time golfing area when it comes to teachers and everything else?
Yeah, I mean, look at some of these guys, right? I mean, Spieth and Scheffler. I mean, they're all coming up, in Zalatoris. I mean, they're all from that area, so that certainly is a hotbed, no doubt about it. And obviously, University of Texas has pumped out other guys. Bo Hostler comes to mind in recent years. There's been a ton of guys, so it's a great area, no doubt.
Most of them reside though in Florida. Is that where?
Yeah, I mean, but there is a contingent of tour guys who live in the Dallas area, though. There definitely still is. That's probably one of the only other hubs where guys live, and so because you do want to go where some of these other guys are, because you want to stay in touch, you want to play some games, you want to stay sharp during the down times. But no, Dallas is definitely still one of those hotbeds. I mean, Scheffler is still there, and so's Spieth. So I know Tom Kim is there in that area. So yeah, that's definitely a hotbed, no doubt about it.
Awesome, Alex, great stuff, man. Really appreciate the time. I know you're always writing about the food. I read your piece about the new Masters food. So I got to ask, as we let you go, egg salad or pimento cheese? What's your go-to sandwich out there?
So I would take egg salad. I can't do the pimento cheese. It's not for me. I'm not a cheese guy. It's just, I can't even get into it, but egg salad's okay. I really like the classic chicken though. That's my go-to here. And then it's bad. The Georgia peach ice cream sandwich. I mean, I have to have at least one every day. They're so good. They're amazing. That's my number one thing here.
I love it. Alex, you're the man. We know it's a hectic week for you, so really appreciate your time. Enjoy the golf, and hopefully we get the chance to catch up soon.
Sounds good. Thanks for having me on, guys. Yeah, you got it. Take care.
You too. There he goes. Great stuff. Check out Alex on golfdigest.com. Writes a ton of great articles about players, about the tour, about the food, about everything happening in the golf world. Obviously a great guy as well.
Likes Morikawa. I like that.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, Morikawa, I think, is the third or fourth best odds to win the green jacket this week, but you get much better value on him versus Scotty or Rory. So get a little juice with that. Make sure you follow Alex on Twitter at AlexMyers3 for more golf coverage. Yeah, nice. Morikawa. And I'm with him on Rory, man. Look, Rory's so good. You never want to say, if not now, when. But God, the way he's playing right now. I know the way he's playing right now, though, it feels like he's got everything working with his game. And, Scotty hasn't won yet this year, so maybe he's a little gettable. And I don't know if there's anyone else. All the live guys are still coming off of a bad year where they sucked in the majors.
Yeah, DeChambeau was tied, I guess, last year in the Masters for 6th, so he was around.
Yeah, he was. I think he was the leader after 36, if I'm not mistaken.
And then he ended up being tied for 6th, so. If there's any of those live guys, he's the guy I'm thinking that will be a part of it.
Maybe. Yeah, we'll see if Rahm can have a better showing in the majors this year. Obviously, Koepka's won 4 of these majors over the course of his career. So a lot of great storylines. Should be a great weekend of golf. And, going to be a lot of fun for all of us to watch.
Yeah, you definitely got to get it's probably too late for Tom to get that AV consultation set over to your house. Now it's too late. You missed the Masters, but lots more golf to be played here. The U.S. Open, the British Open at the end. You got to have that TV. That TV makes all the difference in the world. If you're not there, and especially for this event starting tomorrow, it is absolutely gorgeous on a big screen. It really, really is.
Yeah, we'll start our live reads with that, avconsultations.com, or give them a call, 512-255-8678. Yeah, probably can't get it done by the start of the Masters, but so much great golf, so many great sport happenings coming up with, obviously, the Stanley Cup playoffs, the NBA playoffs, Major League Baseball in full swing, college baseball in full swing. You definitely want to watch this Texas baseball team on a badass big screen TV. Doesn't matter if you want one giant screen like the Buck has, or if you want 4 screens on one wall like I have. AV Consultations can make it happen for you. Just give them a call, 512-255-8678, or find them online at avconsultations.com.
Very, very nice. And, of course, our good friends over at Relax-A-Back. I'm sitting in my Relax-A-Back chair, which, of course, once Thursday starts, move the chair around, sit it in front of the TV, prop my feet up, and watch it from the comfort of this Relax-A-Back chair. And it gives me all the comfort I need for my bad back. They believe in a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years of proven expertise. Got the zero-gravity chairs and recliners, Tempur-Pedic mattresses and pillows, and all the accessories that you need at their two great locations, at the Hill Country Gallery across from Whole Foods and in North Austin, the Gateway Shopping Center, across from the Container Store, live pain-free like the Buck, at Relax-A-Back.
Speaking of living pain-free.
Uh-oh. There you go. That'll get you pain-free. Thought you were about to talk about your Altstadt beer. That's pain-free.
That is pain-free, yeah. I've had an Altstadt before 7:36 a.m., but
there you go.
I don't need to have one of those today, at least this morning, but
you
I do need to have
cleanse you after your weekend.
Amen. The greatness that is OLIPOP got me a cream soda this morning. Love OLIPOP. Drink it all the time. Y'all see me drink it all the time. This stuff is fantastic. It's the game changer of all game changers. Great tasting soda that is actually good for you. Only 40 calories in this entire can. Only 2 grams of sugar in this entire can. You also have plenty of ingredients that help support good digestive health, including 9 grams of fiber. This stuff, I'm telling you, I didn't know this was possible. Something that is healthy, that actually tastes good. OLIPOP has found a way to give you the best of both worlds. They've got 19 different flavors. It's easy to find, available wherever you buy your groceries, HEB, Whole Foods, Walmart, Target, Costco, wherever you go. I bought this one at Target yesterday.
There you
Next
go.
time you shop, make sure you shop OLIPOP.
Love it.
Got to make that sound whenever you're drinking something, right?
Yeah, of course.
So everyone knows that it tastes good. All right, good stuff from Alex there. Let's talk a little Texas football.
Okay.
Steve Sarkisian met with the media yesterday following the conclusion of the 7th spring practice for the Longhorns, and we've got a number of different cuts here. I'm going to kind of ask you to lead us here. We could talk about Arch Manning. We could talk about the transfer portal. We could talk about some of the other guys on campus. Where do you want to start?
Let's talk about Arch a little bit and how he's doing his progress.
We'll start with Arch Manning. By the way, Arch Manning has himself a new NIL deal. I should say.
Yeah, we'll be hearing about that once. We'll hear that once a week now.
It sure feels that way, right? He signed that first deal with Red Bull a couple of months ago. Then he got gives
you wings.
Yep, he got the Uber/Waymo deal with the self-driving cars, and now he's got a fashion deal, Buck, with a company called Vuori, spelled Vuori.
Sounds like jeans.
It's more like athletic wear.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're a fashionista. You're not familiar with these guys?
No, remember that last group I got in Kevin Hart and his deal? Those people.
Fabletics people?
Yeah. No, I've gotten, since I got away from Fabletics, nothing. I just head on over to Academy Sports and Outdoors and get my shit now. I don't get it from those people anymore.
Those people? What do you mean those people?
Those people try to run a game on me with their join our special club. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Fabletics, they do get you with that membership bit
that they've
got going. Yeah, Vuori's very expensive fashion gear. And you know who else? Livy Dunn, the very attractive LSU gymnast who was one of the most valuable NIL athletes in college sports. She's been representing this brand for a while. I guess Arch Manning is her male counterpart for.
She's not still in college, is she?
I don't know. I think she is.
I think she's gone. I'm pretty sure she's got all those, but I think I think last year was her senior year, I gotta believe.
I have no idea.
I feel like she was around forever.
She's she could stay around as long as she wants.
Yeah, she could stay
looks like that. Yep, it works for her. So congrats to Arch Manning on that deal. We'll start with, we do have a cut from Steve Sarkisian talking about Arch Manning handling the fame that's been coming along with him really over the course of his whole life, but especially over the last few months. But here's a little bit from Sark talking about Arch's competitive nature that he's seen at spring practice.
Yeah, no, I think Arch is a naturally competitive guy, and I've said this before. He's got a very infectious personality. I think people gravitate to him. And one of the things I see right now is, naturally, he's leading a group of maybe some younger players, especially at the skill spots, at the wideout spot. His confidence, I think, helps them. His understanding, his ability to connect to those guys in between series and talk to them has been helpful. But I also see a competitive spirit affecting the defensive side of the ball. I think they like competing against Arch. I think they know, he's going to talk a little smack to him. He's going to have fun with it. And I think that's bringing out some kind of some personality in an Anthony Hill or a Manny Muhammad or a Michael Taft, some guys who have played a lot of football, and they're thinking, here comes another spring practice, and when's the next game? And it's not for months down the road, but yet every day is a game. Every day is competitive because they know 16 is going to bring it, and if he gets them, he's going to let them know about it.
Yeah, that's interesting. I like to know how he interacts with his guys. Like you're talking about young receivers, he doesn't have very many of them that have played a lot of football at this level. I wonder how he can talk with them. I mean, how do they understand him? Because he's got to be hard on them too. You know what I mean? He can't just be Arch Manning, nice guy. We'll get it the next time. I wonder how they take to has he grasped the part where he has to be a little bit tougher on them, because one thing is he's probably had just as much experience as those guys have, or even more, like being in games. So he's got to be the guy that's got to be that tough love. How does he do that? That's what if I'd like to ask the coach a question, I mean, does he give tough love out to his own guys, and how do they handle that with a young guy who's just becoming the star quarterback? I wonder how he does that.
Well, I liked hearing that answer from Steve Sarkisian.
Oh yeah, competitive. Right? That'll do it. It'll grow into whatever.
That sounds different from what we heard about Quinn Ewers over these last few years. And I don't mean to take any shots at Quinn Ewers, but we've talked about this before. It feels like Arch Manning just has more natural leadership than Quinn, and it just feels like he's more of a vocal guy than Quinn Ewers. Now, Quinn made it work for him, and he's made it work for him for a number of years, and hopefully it continues to work for him in the NFL for years to come. But Arch is just more vocal. He just seemingly has more of those natural leadership traits that I think can kind of galvanize a locker room, and it sounds like that's been happening. And I love that, man. Raise the level of competition out there. Yeah, you don't have a spring game this year, and your next football game isn't until the last day of August. So you got a long time before you play a game that actually has anyone keeping score, or a game that actually counts for anything. You've got to liven up these practices to make it feel like a game. And it sounds like Arch Manning is doing that and kind of getting everybody pumped up and seemingly raising the level of competition that we're seeing every day. I think that's a very good thing.
Yeah, I mean that was good to hear that he's such a competitor against those guys on the other side of the ball. But once again, like I said, if I could ask Sark a question, how does he talk to his own guys when he has to be a little rough on them?
Hey, we can get you in one of these.
A lot of those dudes haven't been in the kind of competition that guy's been in.
Sure, we can get you to one of these pressers if you want to ask Sark yourself.
Yeah, I'd like to ask him how he is with tough love. I mean, because Sark obviously is tough on that kid. He has to be. That guy is used to people being tough on him. You know what I mean? He's had a lot of success, but he's had coaches, he's had uncles that have not always patted him on the back, have just told him, you got to do better at this. You got to hone in your skill for this and that, and then probably giving it to him in a tough way. Can he dish that out? And are they receptive to the way he dishes it out?
Yeah, that's a fair question. Here's another one from Steve Sarkisian. Alluded to this a moment ago. Handling the fame. There's a lot of that coming Arch Manning's way. Here's Steve Sarkisian talking a little bit about that yesterday.
Because the Boos are going to come here pretty soon too.
Right, yeah.
I love our fans. They love the backup quarterback, but they hate interceptions. So those are coming. I think the good thing for Arch is he's been exposed to a lot. It's no secret who his family is. it's no secret who his uncles are, who his grandpa is, who his dad is. I mean, I think he's been exposed to a lot, and handling himself in a way I think is important to him. Finding a tight-knit circle of people that is his crew of guys to hang with and people to hang with that he can trust. I think that's important, that you don't overly expose yourself. But in the end, I think what a benefit he's had of just growing up and seeing it in real time of kind of how to handle himself, how to conduct himself.
Yeah, Coach, here's what they really hate: toss sweep at the 2.
You would have said that if you were there yesterday?
No, but I was trying to figure out.
Hey, Coach, here's what they actually hate.
Yeah, here's what they really hate. And by the way, is that still hanging over with you right now, or is it gone? You've got to forget about it until I just brought it up?
Nah, I never forget about it. I watch that play before I go to bed every night to humble myself.
How do you get to sleep? You don't get any sleep.
No, I just think about it all night. It haunts my dreams.
Oh,
yeah. I'm still thinking about it. Very much still thinking about it. Let me ask you this. If you were Arch Manning, try to put yourself in his shoes here for a second, if you can. Like, how do you handle your college experience? Do you go to class in person, or do you request like all online classes? Do you walk around campus, or, hey, I've got this new NIL deal with Uber. I'm just taking free Ubers everywhere I go so I don't have to interact with people all the time. Like, how do you handle everything that goes into being Arch Manning? Because that guy can't walk anywhere on campus without getting recognized.
No, people who talk about how they don't like the crowds, he likes the interaction with people. I mean, he likes to be around what I would call the regular student. He likes that stuff. He enjoys probably going to class. And as much as they're going to bother him, that's okay with him, because upstairs he's got that all figured out. He knows just about how much time he can spend with that person. And before the next person comes up to him, he knows he's got that clock in his mind saying, I don't have as much time with you as I just had with the last person. By the way, your conversation is not as interesting. I got to figure out how do I get rid of you, within 4 minutes. Let me give you 2 minutes of my time. He's got that. He's used to that clock in his mind about how people are with him and what they ask him, the kind of questions they ask. Like I'm saying with Sark, I mean, the questions I'd ask of him. He knows how to get rid of me within a second or 2 minutes, or if it's a good question, let's carry on with the conversation. That kid's so used to that, as he walks through the streets, when people stop him, he knows how much time he's going to give to each individual. He knows that stuff. It's just it's just a natural thing. But I think he likes the interaction with people. I don't think he wants to hide out from them.
Aren't you worried though? Like, I mean, you got to be on every second of every day. Right? I mean, this guy's a celebrity. So if he has one bad interaction with somebody, Buck, and it's caught on camera, then all of a sudden Arch Manning's an a-hole and this guy sucks. Like, that's the risk you run if you go out and interact with people the way you're talking, And
you run that risk, as I said, when that clock is off, that somebody that's been hanging around waiting to talk to you, and you gave that guy 5 minutes, but you're going to give me a minute and a half and shoo me away?
Yeah.
I mean, well, that's just part of the game. I mean, those are part of the things that people have to accept about you. If you know that this guy's going to have a crowd around him and you can't have all his time. One person may get 5 minutes, the other person may get 2 minutes, but the one who gets 2 minutes has to understand you're lucky to get that 2, because the next one may only get 1 or may not get any at all. So you at least had some But I think he likes to be around people. He doesn't want to be a recluse and just go hang out in his room and get in his Uber and just go to places. He's used to it. The crowds have been around him all his life.
Yeah, it's different at Texas though, with 50,000 students on campus walking around, all trying to get a picture or an autograph or both. I don't know. Like
he's
I
not
definitely
like you. He can't live in a bubble. You got people you like.
I think me in college, like, I wouldn't be going to class. Screw that. I'd be doing all online classes, and then I'd be using my NIL money to pay somebody to take those classes for me.
He seems like the kind of guy that wants to be as close to normal as he can be instead of just different. He is different, but he seems like he doesn't want to be. I mean, because like I said, him when he wasn't the starting quarterback could have had millions in his pocket, but I think, he chose to do it a different way.
I think you're right.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the means that he could do it a different way too. Your means can make you into a certain kind of person too. if you got all the means in the world, and you don't have to have that money, you can make yourself to be that kind of person. I'm not worried about my bank account. I already got money in the bank. My dad, my uncle, I got money. I don't ever have to worry about a car or clothes or taking guys to dinner or going to dinner or taking a girl to dinner. Others may have to. So they may want everything they can get. Give me everything. I'll take this. Whether I believe in this product or not, I'm going to take it in because I need the money. But he never had to worry about that. So he can be picky. He can be picky with the things that he does, but I think he enjoys every bit of it.
I think you're right. I think you're right about him wanting a quote unquote regular college experience.
Sure.
And man, I don't know. If I was him, I'd be walking around campus just to see what girls I could snag. But everything else, I'm staying at home. I don't need any of this other stuff.
Yeah, I bet you when he has classes, that dude is hoofing it to different parts of that campus to get to his class and get there on time and not be late and not be singled out as the individual. Oh, this guy never comes to this class. Even though he probably doesn't have to, the professors are probably telling him, hey, no, we'll do this online together. You'll be just fine because I know what it's going to be like when you walk into my class. You're going to disrupt the whole thing. But right. I got to believe that 80% of those things he shows up at because that's just what kind of person he is,
Yeah, I think you're right.
Which is a good thing.
We'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line 512-222-9328. Here's another one from Steve Sarkisian. We'll stay on the offensive side of the football. What about the wide receiver position? A number of injuries at wide receiver and tight end since spring practice started. Hell, DeAndre Moore was hurt going into the spring. Ryan Wingo got hurt in the spring. Jordan Washington got hurt in the spring. Sark was asked about the pass catchers on offense.
Yeah, with Dre and Ryan being out, it's created an awesome opportunity for some young players and where they're running with the ones and the twos. Whether it's Jamie, it's Kalik, it's Parker. It's Dalen McCutcheon, and these guys are getting some, just like I said, valuable reps. Dre and Ryan are working themselves back kind of into it. But again, I'm not in a real rush. I know who DeAndre Moore is. I know what he's made of. He's had good rapport with Arch from last season when Arch played. I know who Ryan Wingo is. He was having a really good spring before he kind of tweaked his hammy, and he'll be back. I'm not concerned about those two guys. Jordan was off to a good start. Unfortunately, had a collarbone issue that we'll get back here. Bones take what they take to heal. It's not a ligament issue or anything like that. So it's going to take a minute. But again, that's created an opportunity for Amari Winston to get more reps, Spencer Shannon to get more reps. And so, that's all part of it. That's why we have to continue to recruit towards depth. As much as we're trying to recruit high-level players, we're trying to recruit towards depth, knowing what the season entails. I think we got a real taste of that last year with playing 16 games. It would have taken 17 to win the whole thing. We need to make sure that we are really solid, or as solid as we can be, 1 through 3 on a depth chart at any position. And so whether it's receiver right now or tight end right now, that some of these guys are maybe getting a few more reps, especially with a group maybe up from where they would normally be, it's a good thing. I really look at it that way, that we're finding out a lot about guys. We're finding out their competitive spirit. We're finding out about their retention of information. We're finding out about how they respond to adversity, that maybe we would have to wait for some of those growing pains in season. We're kind of getting in the front end now with spring practice.
Which is a good thing. Those guys are having to get it done now. You don't have time enough to wait. Those practices get to be, when you're talking about guys and injuries, hell, their practices during the year are hard as hell. So these right here, you got to be careful getting guys hurt that they won't make it to that part of it. So other guys can get some. This is a great time. It is a great opportunity for some of these other guys to find out. That's why I wish we had that spring game so I can see what they're like in front of some people. But
sure,
that's blowing smoke up somebody else's rear end because that ain't happening. But yeah, it's a great opportunity. You'd like to have the kind of depth that they're looking for, especially at that wide receiver room, because you don't have any experience. So you need depth. And who's next? Okay, this guy didn't get it done today. Can this guy get it done? And you're going to have plenty of opportunities. So now they get to see you going against a pretty good defense, in the spring. And those guys, these are their chances. I know it's going to be hard to pick out your top guys are hurt. So that's the thing, is you don't have like top receivers that you're actually playing with. You have a bunch of guys that you're trying to get used to. The top guys are hurt. We know the top 2 guys are on the shelf for the spring. So that next guy who's trying to get his opportunity, boy, what a great opportunity to shine with the quarterback right now.
Yeah,
It
it's a
really
very
is. I mean,
good.
and going back to Arch, BK, being around I got to be around a couple guys that were totally different than the other guys on the teams that I coached. I mean, being around Doug Flutie, that dude is like Arch. He enjoyed every bit of being around people and being around the kind of competition. When he would start kicking offensive linemen in the rear end with his foot, I mean, he demanded an awful lot. And he liked being around the crowd. He liked being, walking around campus. And he knew how to handle people. Ricky was totally I mean, I'd be at a place with Ricky somewhere sitting, and somebody would pull up a chair like they were part of the group, and Ricky would just, turn sideways, and it just was tough on him. He didn't like crowds like that. He was totally different. So, certain people grow up, just different. That guy grew up around crowds. Guys like Ricky did not. Doug Flutie was just a different cat. He just enjoyed the conversation no matter what you were talking about. Dude, you could be talking about dominoes and he was going to get involved. He was interested in any conversation, Doug Flutie.
The pizza or the game?
Anything. The pizza, anything you brought up, he was going to show you that he was just a normal guy that could talk that stuff. Ricky didn't want to talk just the basic, everyday stuff. You had to have something in mind that was going to interest him, because if it didn't interest him, Lord, you were turned off in a hurry.
Yeah.
He wasn't that average guy, because he didn't do average guy things. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, I do. Hearing some stories from you over the years and get to know him over the years.
Yeah,
he's a different cat.
Yeah, he was a different kind of guy.
And it's no, I'm glad you brought that up. That's great perspective. I'll add, something that Doug Flutie didn't have to deal with, and hell, Ricky didn't have to deal with it either. It's just the age of social media and the age of everybody filming you at all times, right? There's always a camera on you. So, if Doug Flutie ever did have a bad moment where he was off, it's like, no one really knew about it. No one really found out about it. But if that happens to Arch, then it's like, oh my God, it becomes a viral story.
Yeah, I think Ricky would have really had a tough time with the social media part, because he would have been more so a turnoff to a lot of people, which a lot of people he did kind of turn off, but they knew that he was socially not comfortable a lot of his college time. He had to grow into all that stuff where he matured slowly. Ricky didn't have very many men in his life. Ricky was raised by his mom, his two sisters. His dad wasn't around, So that dude was with a bunch of chicks during his life, Didn't have a lot of men stuff in his life. So, and also didn't have a lot of people to tell him no.
Yeah.
He had a lot of people to tell him, yeah, Ricky, whatever you want to do. There wasn't a lot of no in his life. I got to be the no guy with him, and that wasn't easy at times. Telling him, nope, you can't do that. Sorry, you got to be here. Nope, that's not what we do here. Nope, you can't do it your way. Those things are tough.
Sure. That's good stuff right there. All right. On the receivers, look, very glass half full from Steve Sarkisian there. You don't want anybody to get injured, but this does open up the door for some of these younger receivers to get more reps. And you give your first and second team guys more reps than you give your third, fourth, and fifth team guys. Yeah. So you get these younger receivers getting more reps with some of the starters and some of the second teamers. Then hopefully that lets you see what you've got with them. And it's interesting because Texas is very shorthanded at wide receiver. They're very shorthanded at tight end. I would have said that even before these guys got injured.
Right.
And now you've got your two top receivers out, and you've got one of your top two tight ends who's out right now. Really giving opportunities for some of the younger, more inexperienced guys to showcase their stuff. And we'll see. We'll learn next week because the transfer portal opens up a week from today. We'll learn how well these guys are doing based on how aggressive Steve Sarkisian is in the transfer portal when it comes to maybe addressing some of these positions.
Yeah, I got to see him going again, looking at least two wide receivers and one tight end.
Yeah, well, here's Steve Sarkisian. He was asked about portal plans, and this is good. Sark gave a good detailed answer here. Obviously, he couldn't get too specific because he didn't want to get accused of any tampering. Sure. But Steve Sarkisian was asked about the Longhorns' plans when the spring portal window opens up in 7 days.
Well, we're always going to evaluate the portal, and as for those that know, we really try to identify the portal to where we think there's a need. but yet also is the person we're bringing in an upgrade to maybe what we have, or can it supplement what we have at certain positions? Naturally, there's a couple positions depth-wise we're not where we need to be right now, so we'll look at the portal that way. Our numbers are down at receiver right now. From a scholarship standpoint, our numbers are down on the defensive line from where our numbers really should be, and our numbers really down at tight end. And so it's not a secret that we'll look to the portal. But I don't want to take a guy just for a number. I want to take, if you're going to go in the portal, can he help that room play at even a higher level? And so we'll have to assess it. It's free agency, I like to say, but they have to opt into free agency. And so it's not like you can just say, hey, we need a defensive tackle, let's go get a really good one. If they're available, sure, we'll try to, but that doesn't mean that caliber of player will be available to.
Yeah, he's not taking players just for the sake of taking players. He's not, even though it sounds like they can use numbers, he's not bringing in guys that can't play just for the sake of numbers or practice. He wants players that can play. He knows what he's done on the defensive line and the wide receiver group for the last 2 years. Not a lot of teams can do that. Not a lot of coaches, even in their second and third year at places, can bring in the exact amount. Some of them are still trying to build programs in year number 3. He's not trying to build numbers, and he's trying to build legitimate players when he goes looking. And when he's going to have to pay for them, he's looking at a guy. If he pays for them, they got to be able to play.
Well, sounds like Sark has been listening to you, because you've been talking about that a lot, right? You're at a point as a program where you don't just need bodies anymore. You need talent at this point.
Yeah. Well, you've done that on your own. That's because you've been so successful doing it. That's what people expect. You bring some guy in here that plays wide receiver, and everybody finds out you paid $500,000 for this guy, or $600,000 or whatever, and the dude is riding the bench and he gets in every once in a while. It's going to be, people are going to go, what the hell is that? You generally don't do that. You generally bring in play. Now, everything is not going to hit. I mean, he's hit for 2 years. Every year, you're not going to hit every year. Somebody's going to come in and they're going to get lame, or they're not going to be as good as you thought they were. But he's not looking for numbers. He's looking for players.
For sure. And yeah, even though Texas has hit on a lot of their portal additions in the last 2 years, they've missed on a couple of guys.
Sure, absolutely.
Well. Like Amari Nyblack was a miss. I mean, I'd love to still have him. I'd love to still have him here, because I think he'd be the number 1 tight end if he was still here. But you got him for 1 year from Alabama, didn't do a whole lot, was your 3rd string tight end, and then he ended up transferring to your biggest rival after the season. So like, there are stories like that. But case in point, you got to go out and try to get some dudes. Texas brought in 5 players in the early portal window. None of them are on offense. And again, you're breaking in a new quarterback. You lost 3 of your best receivers. You lost your top 3 tight ends. Like, you got to go address those positions to make sure that you can win right now. You've got a lot of 4 and 5 stars waiting in the wing. I think those guys could be great players down the road, but this isn't a down the road program, Buck. This is a right now program that, we're hoping takes another step. They were 2 wins away from a national title, even though they're losing 14, 15 guys to the NFL draft. We're hoping they can win those 2 more extra games this year.
Right.
So you got to make sure that, we're not just hoping that these young dudes can go to Columbus on August 30th and play well. You got to know that you've got enough dudes to get you through
you got to know
very, very tough schedule.
You got to know your coaches are good enough to get you at least to where you got to for the last 2 years. That the coaching staff, no matter who the players are, the ones that you've recruited that have been in your program for 2 and 3 years, can get you at least to that spot.
Sure.
And so you may have to go get other players to take you past that, but you got to understand your coaches have to be right on the money. You got to have to be right on the mark. They got a couple new coaches, different language. There's a lot that they've got to overcome. Even though I think the quarterback is going to be fabulous, there's a lot to overcome, because you just don't know once he becomes that guy. How does he handle it? We could all talk about how he's grown up in this and that, but until you actually get in there and you are in charge on every down, that's totally different. That's totally different. And the players around him are now totally different. So it's going to be interesting to see. So your coaches have to be the ones that you pay the money to, not the ones that are getting NIL, the ones that are getting employment by you in the university. Those guys have to be on the same page. And I said, you got a number of new ones in there. Right. So there's a lot going on right now with this football program, I believe.
That's about both, the Jimmys and Joes and the X's and O's, right? It's not one or the other.
Oh, no,
so
for sure.
You've got to break these new coaches in. Look, the good news is you kept all of your coordinators, and obviously you kept your head coach, and those guys have done a tremendous job. But you've got a few new position coaches that you need to get up to speed, and obviously the personnel. Again, you might have 14, 15, potentially even 16 players drafted in a few weeks, and you're losing more than 20 guys from your two deep
Right.
a season ago. So
And
there's
once
a lot
again,
to
I mean,
replace.
once again, how do you continue to do that on the defensive line? You continue to have guys drafted. That's what you do. That
That's-
NFL teams are looking at them, and people and young guys that are at other programs say, I want to come here. I've got a lot of potential, and people always talk about it, how my potential is. Maybe this is the group that I see what they're doing over the last 2 years that are sending, 4 or 5 guys that are playing on the defensive line and not even playing that often, actually getting an opportunity to play in the NFL. So that's the one position for me. We talk about receiver. I look at the defensive line. Boy, they've gotten some great things happen to them 2 straight years to get to the semifinals. Can they do that for a third? Is there another group that's as good as the group that was, because the group last year was as good or better than the ones the year before? Can that happen again this year? I don't know if it can.
It's a great question. And that was the third position that Sark talked about, right? He said wide receiver, tight end, and defensive line were the 3 positions where they feel like they're a bit shorthanded right now. And I think
hard to get those big dudes.
I think most Texas fans would agree. Now, Texas has already brought in 3 transfer defensive linemen. Again, they haven't gotten anybody on offense.
Right.
They have tried on the defensive line, and they have succeeded bringing in Cole Brevard and Travis Shaw and Hero Kanu. But it sounds like they might need more than that. And you're right. That's an incredibly important position because your defensive line has been one of the biggest reasons why you've had the success that you've had.
But a couple of your coaches, a couple of those players that they brought from like Arizona, they had coaches that also came with them. I mean, you get a couple of guys from Purdue, and I'm going, Purdue? Yow. I know they played in the Big Ten. You're not bringing the Purdue defensive line coach with you. You got a couple of guys from Purdue. How good are they? So now you're counting on Sark knows his business, and his defensive coordinator knows his business, that, yes, we can do something with this. This is not just a number guy. Those guys have to be players. This can't be like getting basketball players from Indiana State that aren't worth a shit,
No, I mean, I think those guys are expected to be starters. I mean, Cole Brevard has played more than 400 snaps in each of the last 2 years at Purdue. Travis Shaw was a former top 50 recruit in the country. He played more than 350 snaps last year at North Carolina.
Okay.
Hero Kanu didn't play a whole lot at Ohio State, but he was good enough to get a scholarship at Ohio State.
Yes.
And you look at some of the guys he was behind on that depth chart, and you understand maybe why he wasn't on the field a whole lot for that Buckeyes national championship team. So, yeah, the plan is, at least for those first 2 guys, Brevard and Shaw, to be very significant contributors. Yeah, they might be your 2 starters right there. They might be your Alfred Collins and Vernon Broughton for this season. Now, I think we all thought there would be a step down from T. Sweat and Byron Murphy.
I did.
To Collins and Broughton, and there wasn't much of one, if there was one at all. I think, again, there's going to be a step down between Collins and Broughton and what you've got coming back in 2025, or at least coming in 2025. So I think it's inevitable you get a little bit of a decline at defensive line. But
yeah, because every year it's not just going to be back to back to back to back to back. I mean, at Georgia, when we see Georgia, we go back to back to back. Oh yeah, they just keep on coming.
Yeah.
Here, especially when you're getting them from other places. They're not farm raised. You're getting them from recruiting, like they do with the offensive line. They do such a fantastic job with the offensive line. They can lose guys, but there's guys waiting in the wings, and we've seen that now. From this offensive line, guys. I mean, I don't know if you can continue to do that to defensive line. You may have to go out and buy those guys, and those guys really can't just be, sluggos taking up space. They got to be good.
Yeah,
in this conference, they got to be real good.
Yeah, they're not cheap either.
No.
To go get those big uglies, and everybody wants them, right? Everybody knows the importance of winning in the trenches, especially in the SEC. So you got to pay a pretty penny to go bring those types of guys in. And Texas has done that already some this offseason. But again, based on that response from Steve Sarkisian, it sounds like they could be in the market for more defensive linemen when the portal opens up next week.
No, it sounds, just the way he answered the question sounds like, oh, no, we're going to get after it. We've got some guys targeted. We're ready to go.
Yeah, and look, Bo Davis, for as many great things as he did as the D-line coach here, he was not a great recruiter, and he left the cupboard relatively bare when he left. Now, like in terms of younger talent, obviously he
Right.
left you with Alfred Collins and Vernon Broughton. Those guys were great players who had been in the program for a while, but
Sure.
there wasn't a whole lot in terms of recruiting done over the last couple of years that Bo Davis was here on the defensive line. So that's why Texas is short on numbers. That's why they had to go out and get 3 portal guys already, and that's why they might go get a 4th and a 5th here the next couple of weeks.
It's just
So
hard to get those big bodies inside. You know, you can get some
Mm-hmm.
special guys that used to play linebacker. They can go out there as defensive ends and put some pressure on the quarterback. And, you know, there's some high schoolers that are a little bit bigger that you want out there rushing the quarterback. Every once in a while you'll fall into one of them, and you'll fall into a couple good ones. But the guys that are lined up over the guards in the center, those guys are hard to come by. Those bodies that just don't get rolled out of there into the secondary are hard to find. You know, technique-wise, coaching-wise, heart-wise, you know, physicality-wise. Those guys are hard to find.
You're right. They are. And that's why it was a big deal for Texas to go get Justice Terry out of the state of Georgia, and the 5-star recruit, one of the top 10 players in the country in the class of 2025. I don't know what to expect from him in his first year, but that's a guy that you hope develops into one of those like war daddies up front on the defensive line. Because, those dudes are few and far between. And, again, everybody wants them, whether it's in the portal or coming out of high school. Those guys get a premium now because of just how important they are to the success of a team. All right, we'll have more from Steve Sarkisian in a moment. Some thoughts on the running back, some thoughts on the secondary, some thoughts on the offensive line. Plenty more sound from Steve Sarkisian's Tuesday presser. But before we dive back into the Longhorn football, Buck, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
So our friends over at Leaf Landscape and Supply Company, they're at Pond Springs Road up north and Monterey Oaks down south for all the needs around your home. If you're trying to get that landscape looking good for the spring, with the weather the way it's been, it's going to be kind of in between. It's not going to be burning hot. It was beautiful yesterday, not a lot of wind. If you want to get those for those that got the roses in, I know you got to be happy because my roses look fantastic. I got them from Leaf, and I'm happy I put them in and got them in time. And the ground is still wet. But if you want somebody to come in and put them in for your Leaf Landscape and Supply Company, they'll have all the contractors that will come out, love to come out to your home, check out the area around your home and where you can put certain things, whether it's trees, shrubs, roses, flowers, flower gardens. You know, they can get it done. They've been doing it for quite a while. I've been going there for over 25 years. Love the folks over there. And if you just mentioned Texas Sports Unfiltered, get 10% off of your total or your total value up to $500. So they say Monterey Oaks down south. Ask for Jeff down there. When you head up north, Pond Springs Road, they've got the same thing that they have down south. And they've got the same folks that really would like to help you out with your landscaping. Leaf Landscape and Supply Company.
Yes, indeed. Love our great friends at Leaf. Also love our buddy Mike and his great team at McCall Custom Homes. If you want to upgrade your home, a new kitchen, a new bathroom, a new story, some new life to your outdoor space, whatever, you can get top quality at affordable prices from our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They've been doing this in Central Texas for 40 years. Custom home builders and custom home renovators, they know what it takes to turn a Central Texas home into something truly, truly special. They are licensed. They are insured. They use the absolutely best quality products. They do the best quality of work, and they will take care of you. And right now, they're offering a free estimate to Texas Sports Unfiltered listeners. Just head over to their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com, to get more information. You can also look at the gallery of projects they've done over the last 40+ years. You can get some ideas for your home and then reach out to them. Again, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. That's their website. Or you can reach out to our friend Mike directly, 512-633-9580. You can call him. You can text him. You know, we'd love to hear from you. Great guy, big Texas fan, big TSU fan. And again, they will take care of you and your home. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
And, of course, our friends at Hat Creek Burger, 25 locations throughout the state of Texas, started right here in Austin, Texas. And it is time for another double today, BK. It's time. That's right. I'm going to do the Wednesday thing so I can settle my stomach for Thursday and get ready for my fish. Yeah, and it won't be Mickey D's. Mickey D's done. One-time shot for them during the lentil season. I'm going back to Culver's where I was before. That fish sandwich was special. Plus, I like to see the O's when they're holding hands at lunch. That's kind of cool to watch them have a little lunch with their girl and then head back to the house for a little fun and games
Ooh.
before they see The Price is Right. You know what I mean? Before The Price is Right come on. Hell yeah, man. I love it. And Hat Creek Burgers, they got great shakes. Obviously the burgers are delicious. I go for the double little hat now, I'm calling it. So I'll go get one of those. I'll get one of my strawberry shakes, and they've got the banana pudding shake just for you there too. Plus they have the playscapes for the kids. So it makes a great family outing when you go to Hat Creek Burger for sure. And they have a little wine and they have some spirits there for the adults when you go to Hat Creek Burger.
Yeah, absolutely. More than 25 locations around the states. It's called a big hat. You don't have to order a double little hat. You just order the big hat. And it's the same thing.
I'm going to have the double little hat.
They're going to look at you like you're an idiot if you try that.
How about two little hats? Hey, why don't you just get one double, idiot?
I like that. Yeah. One double or two little hats, whatever.
There you go. I may have to do that. All I know is I'm going there today.
There you go. Love that stuff. Hey, speaking of food, tomorrow morning, quick programming announcement. We're going to do a little flip-flop for our Thursday schedule. So Bucky and I will be broadcasting live from the brand new Southside Market and Barbecue that is opening up in Leander. Tomorrow is the grand opening. They're going to have a bunch of stuff going on. Our friends at the Round Rock Express will be there. The mascot Spike will be there at 11 o'clock taking some pictures. They're going to have great deals and great events all day long. And Bucky and I are going to be broadcasting there from 8 to 10 tomorrow. So back to our old time. It'll be Wags and Rodney doing Chaos Theory from 7 to 8. They'll get our day started. And then the Buck and I will be live from Southside Market and Barbecue. Again, their brand new location in Leander, right across the highway from the HEB Center at Cedar Park. We'll be there.
They've got a number of locations. I've heard of Southside Barbecue. I've never been to one. So this will be a unique experience for a grand opening. But they got a number of those around, don't they?
Yeah, this will be their 5th Central Texas location.
Awesome.
They've got one in Elgin. They've got one in Bastrop. They've got one in Hutto. And I think they've got one in Austin proper as well.
Okay.
But again, the new spot, it's a Leander address, 183 and Crystal Falls Parkway. The Buck and I will be there from 8 to 10 tomorrow doing our show. And yeah, if you want to come out there and enjoy some great barbecue and have a great time, come hang with us for a few minutes, come see us. We'd love to have you, and they'd love to have you as well.
Awesome. That's tomorrow, Thursday.
That's tomorrow morning, Thursday. Yep. So Wags and Double R will get things started with Chaos Theory from 7 to 8, and then the Buck and I will be on from 8 to 10. Again, Southside Market and Barbecue, their grand opening in Leander, Texas, USA, America.
Very nice. Yeah, somebody's asking about. Tell me, Hat Creek has a really great turkey burger. That during the lentil season, chicken and turkey come under the heading of meat.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's right. I guess it is meat, turkey meat, chicken meat. I guess I've handled it all my life, so I'm acting like, well, why can't we have a change? Why can't we change up this religious move here and make chicken not meat? Chicken is meat.
Well, I don't want to get too religious here, and I'll admit that I don't know much about the lentil season, but you're eating fish meat when you eat fish on Fridays.
Stop it there. You sound like my daughter who doesn't eat anything with eyes.
Well, no, I'm not a vegetarian. That's pretty well documented here. I'm just saying in terms of the lentil thing, like you're not supposed to eat meat, but you're eating the meat of a fish. I'm sure there's a rule that makes that acceptable, but how do you differentiate between the beef meat, the chicken meat, and the fish meat?
One of our listeners who's a what they call quote good Catholic explained to us why that would be meat, why I would be cheating. Now, if somebody says, Buck, you could have always had chicken all your life, you idiot. Your poor ass family just couldn't afford the cluck on Fridays. Then let me know if I've been missing out, because I'll go grab me a chicken sandwich instead of eating fish every Friday. But I need an explanation, and I don't need to go to the priest to find out. I could go to Drippings to one of the Catholic churches and find out. They may say, no, dude, you've always been able to eat chicken, you idiot. I don't think that's true. I think, because I was a good Catholic. I was an altar boy.
I do.
I was an altar boy. I did mass. I did benediction with that nasty incense. I did it all. I had to go and take the money out of the collection thing. I came down the aisle with that. I did it all, man.
You're
I
having
wore the little outfit.
incest?
Hey, incense, not incest, incense.
What does that mean? It was consensual incest?
No, it's a little cube they put in, they light it up, and it brings out this wicked smell in the church. And, the priest flips it all around and smell goes throughout. I did it all, man. I had a little outfit. I had the little garb that I used to wear, the altar boy garb, and put it on. I look like a little angel, look like a little brown angel.
Interesting. Okay. You got any pictures of that somewhere?
Oh, no. I do have I think I still have a picture of me in my first Holy Communion in all white. All white outfit.
A lot of people, of course, when you say you were an altar boy and you spent a lot of time at the Catholic Church as a young boy, people start to have some questions for you.
They want to question some things, yeah.
Our guy Tom McKay, whose wife is very Catholic, says, it's only fish that's allowed because Christ offered loaves and fishes.
There you go. Thank you. I thought that was it. Had something to do with the loaves and the fishes. There you go.
So there you go.
So I can't have bread. The chicken. Sorry, I can't have breaded chicken. I can have breaded fish, though.
You can have you can have breaded fish. Sounds like you can have any kind of fish. It's just the meat itself, the source of the meat itself that is in question here.
Form of penance and remembrance of Jesus' sacrifice on the cross. Thank you very much. That's right. I am still doing that part of my Catholicism, doing it well.
Let me ask you this, because you swore off candy for these 40 days.
Still going.
Still going. Okay.
Still going. Chewing gum is not a part of it. Little gum is not a part of candy.
No, that's not candy at all. No. That's a completely different thing. And Easter is a week from Sunday. So what? You've got a week and a half left to get through the lentil season?
Yes. I tell you, okay. I'd love to have a little gumbo, but somebody, the first week somebody snuck some sausage in there. Eat more okra.
Ugh. Where did they sneak their sausage?
In
your mouth?
No, yeah, I downed it. I took it in by spoon. I believe there was I tasted a little sausage in the gumbo, and I thought I was getting. It said seafood gumbo. So if somebody says seafood, I'm not expecting you to have your meat in my gumbo.
Yeah, keep your meat out of my mouth, please.
Yes.
I don't care if you feed it to me in a spoon. I don't want your meat in my mouth.
I'm getting better at looking. I'm actually looking. I actually look now. If somebody says seafood gumbo, there's only a couple places that have great seafood gumbo anyway. Shoal Creek Saloon is one.
Sure.
They have really good stuff right there in that covered bridge spot. They also have some really good seafood. So I'll go there, but I think I got some meat in one of them, and I felt bad on a Friday. I didn't believe me. I didn't spit out the meat. I swallowed it. Yeah. Sorry about that.
I've heard that about you.
God.
What you're into. It's all right. To each his own.
And I also got a big lump of okra in the gumbo, which, man, that has to be an accident when it goes down my throat, because I'm lucky that didn't come shooting back up. I have bad memories of nasty snot tasting okra. It's just, I can't do it.
You do hate the okra. You've mentioned that a few times.
Oh my God, dude! I used to was at the table. You can't leave the table until the okra is done. Even the dog wouldn't eat the okra. The dog would do that and go, "I'm not eating that. You eat that. I'm not getting in trouble for eating your okra."
You'd stick your hand under the table and try to feed the dog.
The dog look and go, "No, man."
Just shake his head or paw you away, like, "Give me something better, please."
Yeah. Why are you throwing that? It must be Lent. Why are you eating that stuff?
That's great. That is
and by the way, dogs will eat fish. Dogs will eat a good piece of fish.
I feel like dogs will eat just about everything.
Yeah, well, the one I have here, will eat anything.
It might not always be good for them, but they'll at least try it. And they don't.
My dog will eat toenails. I believe my dog will eat toenails. If you shaved off a few of those, that big dog I think he'll eat that. I think that's why he's 145 pounds now.
That is gross to think about, but I think you're right. Knowing what I know about that dog, because he does like shoes, so why not eat the part that's under the shoe?
No kidding. Really. Dude, I went out the other day, and one of my golf shoes that I left in the garage, and I left the garage door open for 2 seconds, was out in the front yard. And what is it about these animals He ate the tongue off the shoe, left the laces in there. I'm like, what is wrong with you? It's like the cats. They bring back lizards with the body. They eat the tails and bring me the body on the porch. The tails, I'm going to try one of these. I'm going to chop the tail off one of these lizards and fry it up and see what it tastes like.
There you go. Is it big enough?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I got these big, long-ass lizards out here with the thick bodies. They capture them and leave me the body, but they take the tail. So the tail must be pretty good.
That's where the flavor is, huh?
That's where the flavor is.
I like that.
Thank you very much.
All right. I don't know how we got there, but
we did. We did.
We did. One more from Steve Sarkisian, then we'll shift gears. We'll talk a little Texas baseball. We'll talk about Tre Johnson's official announcement to go pro. And also, we've got a substitute teacher murder for hire story to get into before we hand things off to the Chaos Theory boys at the top of the hour. But here's one more from Steve Sarkisian. He was asked about the offensive line. We spent some time talking about the D-line, so we'll go to the other side of the football. Look, Texas lost 4 starters on the offensive line from a year ago, so a lot of new faces we will see up front. Sark was asked if there's any concern with the offensive line through the first half of spring football.
It's like anything every year. We're going to lose people. And I think the sign of a healthy program and the sign of a successful program is when people move on, the next group's ready, that next wave of guys are ready to step in and compete and do it at a high level. And there's been a high standard set in our program at all positions. And so, this has been kind of the first time the offensive line has had to be part of that. We've dealt with it on the defensive line for a couple years now. We've dealt with it at wide receiver for a couple years now. We've dealt with it at the running back position for a couple years now. This has probably been the first time where the offensive line has been the one that's part of that transition. But again, a lot of these guys have been in our program. They've worked hard, and they're chomping at the bit for their opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, at Texas, everybody's going to have that at the offense, defense, wide receiver position. You should never have any problem at the running back position at the University of Texas. That should never happen to you, and it probably never will happen to Sark. He'll always find a great running back. But yeah, this is that offensive line is. I mean, this is kind of, like I said, farm grown. It seems like to me. They do a great job of who they want in recruiting young high school talent, really big kids in the state of Texas or California or wherever they want them. And they seem to get them, and they seem to be guys that are good players that with the right amount of coaching will be good for the entire time. They'll be backups, then they become starters. The next group behind them will become starters. And they're not all going to be first-round draft picks, but they're going to be really good, solid players that can play in the SEC. That's farm grown to me. Now you can go out and get one or two from the portal, which you may have to do if you're just lacking like at one of the positions like a guard, where you're not quite sure that the next guy in line isn't quite up to snuff, and the guy behind him you definitely know is not up to snuff. So those are guys you have to go get. But I think they have farm grown a bunch of guys, BK. I think you have trust in their staff that they'll get that done that way.
Yeah, and that's what they've done, and it's worked, right?
Yes.
Texas has recruited and developed on the offensive line, and they've had a really good offensive line these past few seasons. And
they found guys to play that center position that may have been guards somewhere else, so they end up moving them over because they're smart, because that's that smart position. You got to be on top of everything if you're the center. And, they had one for 6 damn years. And so the next guy who has played that position for me now, I think will be as good or better than the guy who was the last guy there, because they were always trying to get rid of that dude and they couldn't find a way to get rid of him. He was that good.
Yeah. Well, the last 2 years, I don't think anyone was trying to get rid of Jake Majors because he was one of the better centers in America. But
yeah,
look, Texas was in such a favorable spot last year because they had 3-year starter and first-round pick at left tackle with Kelvin Banks. They had 5th-year player at left guard with Hayden Connor. They had 18th-year player at center with Jake Majors.
Yep.
They had, a rotation of 3-year player Cole Hudson and former 5-star 3-year player DJ Campbell at right guard. And then they had Cam Williams, who was a second-year starter or first-year starter, but a 3rd-year player at Texas, and a guy who kind of rotated around the offensive line 2 years ago. So, you could look around the country. I don't know if any offensive line had as much experience and talent as the Longhorns did in 2024. But again, 4 of those guys are gone. Now, the good news is Cole Hudson is still here. DJ Campbell is still here. So you've got a couple of those guys back. You've got a guy in Trevor Gooseby who obviously was thrown into action late in the season and looked pretty good. But yeah, you go from like, look, the offensive line wasn't really a question last year. It was can they be the best in the country? We know
Right.
at worst they're going to be like a top 10 to 15 O-line in America.
Absolutely.
This
You're
year,
absolutely
it's like,
right.
This year, it's like, well, could they be a problem? Could there be a big step back with the offensive line? Are we going to have to worry about that position this year for the first time in maybe 3 seasons? Like, you just don't know because you don't have as much returning experience as you had last season.
Yeah, well, within the next 10 years, one of these times it's going to happen.
That's
It's
how it
hard
goes.
to do.
Yeah, like Sark said in that answer, it happens at every position, right? Like,
Yes.
One year it's the running backs, one year it's the receivers, one year it's the linebacker, one year it's the offensive line. Like, it's
Absolutely.
just it's how it
You're
goes.
right.
It's cyclical, and and it's a cycle. And you were hoping Cam Williams was going to come back for another year, right? You were hoping at least one of those other guys was going to return. Unfortunately, they don't. So you've got a lot of holes to fill this year. But the good news is you're filling them with a lot of 4- and 5-star players, and you're filling them with guys who have been coached up by Kyle Flood, who we all think is one of the best offensive line coaches in the sport.
Absolutely. You're right. You're right. And like you said, they're like farm guys. They're farm-made guys that you get out of recruiting. It doesn't seem like they come from a lot of other different places. And that's the recruiting part. That's the part now, I believe, for Texas, sort of like the running back position, BK, that the offensive line, you can find those big kids in the state of Texas, and there are these great programs that will come. They got to get on your campus. The best. That's why I was so disappointed in that dude that ended up going to Oklahoma. I mean, it's like those big dudes should be, on your camp. I don't even know. Did he ever make a trip to Texas?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, at least he's got on his campus. You at least got to get him on your campus, campus to see. So that's important.
They did. Some people are weird, man. Some people prefer Oklahoma to Texas,
I don't know why, and I don't know how it got to be that way.
Yeah, some people are losers,
Some people
loser.
prefer College Station than Austin. I am not one, so don't get that in your mind.
Yeah. Most people don't prefer that. Even Aggie grads move to Austin. They don't stick around College Station because they know what it's like. Congrats to Steve Sarkisian, by the way, and the First Lady of Texas football, L'Oreal Sarkisian. They announced the birth of their first child on Friday, a newborn baby named Amias, Amays. Announced it on Friday. We got the name yesterday, so congrats in order to the Sarkisians. Again, a new child. They
got a baby, a little baby.
A little baby, yep.
Oh, yes, Sark. Enjoy your sleep.
First child together. And I think they're still married, right? Remember, like last offseason, not to get too much into Sark's personal business, but like last offseason, L'Oreal took to social media to announce that the couple was getting a divorce, but it seems like that never happened, and they're still together. And
yeah, he was smart enough to get that raise, so that never happened.
Yeah, obviously you can have a kid with someone that you're not married to, but all of these articles that I'm reading online still refer to L'Oreal as the wife of Steve Sarkisian. So
good for them. Congratulations.
Yeah, congrats are in order to them. What do you think about the name Amias? Amays.
He's got the Amidas touch.
Ooh. Maybe that's the bit right there.
Could be the bit, yeah.
Isn't there like a Tex-Mex restaurant called Amias here in town? Just trying to get an NIL deal for that kid already?
Trying to work that deal out, huh?
I don't know. But a unique name for sure. But yes, congrats to the Sarkisians.
And he just turned 50 last year.
Yep.
Damn, Sark.
He's no Al Pacino or Robert De Niro.
Yeah, but there comes a time.
He's got about 30-something years before he gets to those guys' level. Yeah, Sark just turned 51 last month.
Woo.
So, it requires a lot of energy to be a college football coach at a place like the University of Texas. From what I've been told, it requires a lot of energy to be a parent at a place like anywhere.
Like anywhere, it doesn't matter. Yes, anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah. So good luck. This is the time to have the kid, though, right? Do it in the off season.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Perhaps strategically planned to.
Yeah, that's what you do. You strategize for that one.
Yeah.
You talk about a night. You talk about a night away to get this done, or
Yep.
2 nights, or 6 straight nights, or 1 hour, or 15 minutes, or 7 minutes, or just wham bam, thank you, man, or a nooner, or whatever. Yeah, but you plan this one out.
Whatever it takes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever it takes. Yeah. You're 4.5 months away from the first game. You're like 7 months away from signing day. You got some time to be a dad right now.
Woo wee, a baby though. Boy, they make a lot of noise.
They do. I really wish they would.
And they
shut
shit
up.
a lot. They shit a lot.
They do shit a lot. Yeah. Any kid I ever have better be potty trained. They got to
I
figure
don't
that out
think
right
so.
away.
No, man, they go a lot.
What are you crying about? Tell me what you want. I'm not helping you out until you use your words.
Yeah, start to speak. You better be able to speak here in the next 15 minutes, or you're just going to keep
talk. Well, I can. So I've got my life figured out. How about you figure yours out, kid? Learn how to speak. It's not that hard. I've been doing it for years.
And that's a boy.
That's a boy. Yep. Maybe
that's
something.
good. You can wipe forward. It doesn't matter. You got you don't have to worry about which way you wipe with a boy. That's what was cool, because I got screamed at the first time I wiped forward with my daughter. My wife goes, "No, you can't wipe that way. What is wrong with you?" I'm like,
I've never done this. I've never had one.
Yeah, but what are you talking about? What's wrong with me? Nothing's wrong with me. I never had to do this. I wipe myself anywhere I want to. I'm wiping this person, and you got to tell me I got to go back.
That's news to me, honestly.
Well, you'll get it. You'll get it. You have a girl. You can't wipe forward. That's what I was told. I got my hand slapped about. I'm like, damn. I wasn't trying to cut anything off. They don't have anything there anyway.
At least with the daughter, you don't have to worry about taking urine to the dome, right?
No.
And you know when that's coming and where that's coming. It's a little different there.
Yeah, I've had 2 turds on my head before. Once when I tried to flip a turd across a fence and get rid of it out of my yard, and it hit me in the head and stuck. And once when my son AJ was laying in the bed, I was laying in the bed, not getting up for work on time, and my wife put him on the changing table that was right next to the nightstand, and that did hit a squirty and hit me right in the face. My head was right there on the pillow. Next thing I knew, there was this warm stuff hit me right in the face and dripping down my face.
Oh,
you talk about nasty. That was so. And baby crap is not. I'm glad it wasn't like a brick turd. That wouldn't have been fun either. But that squirt that got me in the face twice. I've been shat on. I've had shat in my face twice.
Who needs an alarm clock when you can just have a baby crap on your head?
Well, it's probably not the right spot for the table, I guess. I should have been up and gone, but I was laying there on the pillow and it got me.
Yeah, that is brutal right there.
I do have to remind my son that 41 years ago, you did that right in my face.
At least you had an excuse. You had an excuse to be late to work that day.
Been shitting on me ever since.
Yeah, well done. You had an excuse to be late to work. If you just overslept, that doesn't do you any good. But then you could come in and say, "No, my kid shat on me." So
no, not in my hand, in my face.
Yeah, you didn't want me smelling like crap, did you? You're welcome. I needed a few extra minutes to get ready.
Buck? Is this how you hold your kid? Is this where you checking stuff out?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Like, was the kid just on top of your head? Because that's a dangerous game to play.
That was a dangerous game.
Oh, that's
I almost
great.
changed the size of the bed too for that.
Yeah, understandable after an incident like that. That is painful. All right, we'll take your thoughts. 512-222-9328. That's the number for the Coda text line. Of course, shout out to our friends at the Circuit of the Americas and the YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. We'll shift gears here in a moment. We've got some Texas baseball to rehash. Another win for the Longhorns last night. We got a little Texas basketball to get into as well with Tre Johnson making it official. But before either of those stories, Buck, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Let me say hello to our good friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits. I know I mentioned them earlier, but 4601 Southwest Parkway for all your alcohol needs, folks. If you got a big company party coming up, it is the spring weddings or whatever, and you need that alcohol delivered, they're a wholesale distributor in Travis County, and they can get it as much as you want to you. But you can't stop by the store at 4601 Southwest Parkway just before you hit Mopac there. They're right there on the corner where the old King's Liquor used to be. 4601 Southwest Parkway for 34 wine and spirits.
Yes, indeed. Get you your Altstadt beer there as well. And when you're ordering your Altstadt, be sure to remind AJ about the time he shat on the buck.
Oh, gee, yeah.
That'll be a great conversation there. But love the Altstadt beer, the best beer that you could find here in the great state of Texas. It's all over Texas. Here in Austin, it's in San Antonio, it's in DFW, it's in Houston. And whatever you're doing, your good times are made better with a great beer. Altstadt is the beer that you have been searching for. It's the most authentic German beer drinking experience you could find here in the state of Texas. They've got a bunch of different brews as well. Something for every beer drinker out there. Altstadt is award-winning beer as well. So it's not just some guy on a radio telling you about the greatness of Altstadt. No, people who get paid to drink beer for a living are heaping the praise on Altstadt beer. And if you try it, you'll know what I'm talking about. One sip and you won't go back to the other beers you have been drinking in the past. It is Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets.
I got to believe yesterday your Woods Comfort Systems, your air conditioner popped on yesterday because it was warm without the wind. It's going to be another warm day today. Get a little bit warmer as we go along, and then it's going to start to cool off next week again with some possible rain later in next week. But the next couple of days are going to be sunny and warm. And folks, you want to make sure your air conditioning system is working properly. And if you're not quite sure or it's not keeping up to snuff and you put it on a certain temperature and it's not clicking on, call Woods Comfort Systems. They are the best. Their technicians are fantastic. They have wonderful deals there. And folks, they've been doing it close to 70 years in Central Texas. They are the very best. Woods Comfort Systems.
WoodsComfortSystems.com is the website to find more information, or you could give them a call at 512-842-5066. And a quick shout out to our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. The Buck and I are both donning TSU hats today. Our buddy Adam and his great team at Waterloo hooked us up with these, and they can hook you up with anything you need. Hats, shirts, signs, stickers, posters, whatever. Waterloo Printing and Graphics, based right here in South Austin, will get you what you need, and they will get it to you very, very quickly. Find them on Instagram at Waterloo Printing. You could shoot them a DM there or text or call our friend Adam, 512-300-9641.
BK, I made 3 putts yesterday of over 20 feet on the golf course.
Nice.
3 putts. One was about 40-some feet. And I said before I made the putt, I said, I'm going to make this putt. I said, and it wasn't anything about 2 putting or don't 3 putt. I said, I'm going to make before I putted each one of those, the 3 that I made, I said, I'm going to make the putt. Every putt that I attempted yesterday, I threw a positive in there before. And whether it was a 2-footer or a 20-footer, I truly thought that I was going to make every putt that I had yesterday.
Maybe that's the secret.
That little positive reinforcement before you even putt the ball. A lot of times when you putt, I mean, you've been around golf now and you play golf. Your whole thing is, am I going to miss this on the low side this time? Am I going to miss it on the high side? It's never, I'm going to make it just very seldom is it, I'm going to make this 20-footer. It's like, I need to get it in a circle so I can make the next one. So now I'm on the deal. I can make them all.
Yeah, you're going Happy Gilmore.
Shot. I don't do that with every shot there, Coach. I do that now I can do it. If I can just hone it down to putts, if they're 30 feet or more, I'm like, no, I can make this. I don't want to try to get it close. I want to try to make this putt.
Hey, try for show, putt for dough.
At least on how I go after putting now. It used to be there's a certain circle. I want to be 1 foot past or 1 foot before, because if it's too short, it's never going in anyway. So at least try to be a foot and a foot so there's a tap in. But that's called hoping that you can 2-putt. Now I'm hoping that I 1-putt everything.
Try for show, putt for dough.
Yeah, and the crowd didn't like that shit yesterday either.
I bet they didn't, because you were taking some money from your buddies.
That's a bunch of bull. You're not supposed to be making putts like that. By the way, you're not supposed to be even getting them that close. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Well,
that's
what it is.
Mental. Yeah. Happy Gilmore did that. Go to your happy place. That's a true story.
Happy Gilmore.
So just go to your happy place.
Another movie that I have never seen the entire movie.
Oh, my God. Come on.
Come on. You're the movie guy who hadn't seen anything. No, I've not seen Happy Gilmore. You've seen it numerous times.
Yeah, well, it's anti-Semitic that you haven't seen every Adam Sandler movie
no.
start to finish, so that's disappointing to hear.
Wow.
It's one of the best golf movies ever. You're a huge golf fan. I can't believe you haven't seen this thing. It's on TV all the time, too. It's easy to find.
No.
Yes. That's like a statement of fact. I don't know how you disagree with that. It's on TV all the time. I guarantee you with the Masters coming up this week, you'll be able to find Happy Gilmore on TV somewhere today. That's your homework. Go watch that movie. It's one of the greatest sports movies ever made. It's hilarious.
What's the one with the gopher and all that stuff? I've seen that. I've actually played at that golf course.
You don't even know the name of that one
What's
off
the
the
name
top
of
of
that
your
movie?
head?
I mean, it's not coming to me. Go quickly.
Caddyshack?
Caddyshack. I played golf at that golf course right outside of Fort Lauderdale.
You have seen that movie at least.
I have seen that numerous times.
Okay. It's a
That's
great
the
one,
one.
too.
I've not seen Happy Gilmore and the alligator that bit the black dude's hand off. I know. I've never seen that.
Oh, it's a classic, man. You're missing out. You're
It's a,
missing out.
it's a classic, huh?
Yeah, it is. It is. I'm telling you, one of the best sports movies ever made. It's not just me saying that because Adam Sandler's my messiah. That is
That's your guy, huh?
It's a real thing. It's a
Okay.
real thing. Well, there you go. I like that. Get the putting game back in order. Yeah, I'm like what you said. You know, my friends are like, "Oh, you got this putt, BK." I'm like, "No, I don't."
I don't have
Or
a
if they're talking,
chance.
yeah, or if they're talking trash, like you've got no chance to make this. I'm like, no, you're right. I am not going to make this. And then sure enough, I do not make it.
Yeah, and I would like to get it close though, so that I could make the next one.
I'm here to tell you, for me, I don't think it's all mental. I just suck at putting and just about every other aspect of the game too. So
No, watch the Masters. I think the par 3 tournament is yeah, today is the par 3 tournament.
yeah, that'll be on ESPN, I think, this afternoon. So
And
always a
listen,
fun watch.
just by this time next year, you'll see Tiger Woods doing the opening ceremonies. That's right. He'll be one of those old dudes.
You're
he will not be
retiring Tiger?
He's done.
Come on.
You think that guy's coming back from his Achilles now?
Dude, I mean, I didn't think he was coming back like 10 years ago, and he did. So I'm not going to count him out again.
Count him out. He's done.
You know, did you see his April Fool's prank last week?
No, count him and Aaron Rodgers out.
Tiger Woods has a better chance of being done than Aaron Rodgers, I think. But I don't think either of those guys are done. Tiger Woods on April Fool's Day, which was 8 days ago now.
Yeah.
He tweeted like, "Oh my God, I've made a miraculous recovery. My Achilles is fine, and I will be teeing off at the Masters next week." And
He did one of those?
Yeah, of course he got to people. He didn't say April Fool's in the tweet, right? He just tweeted that out. And so people are like, "Oh my God, what a miracle. This is awesome." And then he hits you with the April Fool's, and it's like, it's not funny, Tiger. We all love you. We all want you to play. Don't be doing shit like that to us, please.
Happy Gilmore 2 is coming out. You won't miss that, will you?
I've got to watch it, but I'm very skeptical because I'm always skeptical of any sequels to classics. I'd like to think Adam Sandler isn't going to screw this one up, but you know, as a Jewish person, I'm not a huge fan of sequels in general. So
No, you don't like them.
No. But yeah, Happy Gilmore 2 is coming out, I think, pretty soon. We'll see. I feel like I have to watch it, but I'm not really looking forward to it.
Adam Sandler obviously is in that.
Yeah, he's still the main guy. But, you know, Bob Barker played a big role in the first one. He's no longer with us.
No, he's gone.
The guy who played Chubbs is no longer with us.
That's right.
What's his oh my God. Mr. T, what's his name?
No, it wasn't Mr. T. It was another dude. It's another dead brother.
Ice-T.
No, it wasn't Ice-T. No. It was a boxer. Wasn't he in Rocky?
Yeah, that's yep. And the grandma. Yeah, there's a lot of people who have died since the making of the original Happy Gilmore. I mean, it's, you know.
CB will know who that brother is.
Yeah.
That dead
Apollo
brother.
Creed.
Yeah.
Not Witherspoon. Shoot. All right. Well, someone will give us the right answer. Carl Weathers.
Carl Weathers.
Thank you,
go.
Dad. It's my
Thank
dad
you very
coming
much.
through with that one. No, not John Witherspoon. He is also no longer with us. Great guy. Trey and I had the chance to interview that dude a few years ago. Great
Did
guy,
you?
John Witherspoon. Yep. But no, different brother here. All right, I'm not the only racist who gets every black actor confused. That's good to know. Sorry to you and your people, Buck.
Maybe Samuel L. will play the new guy.
Now, I will watch. I don't miss the Samuel L. Jackson movie.
That would be awesome if he played the dude now.
That guy's one of my favorite actors. He's probably a top 3 actor ever for
Samuel
me.
L. would be great at that.
Yeah, Samuel. I just combined the L and Samuel and L and Jackson. He's
There you go.
Samuel Jackson to me. That'd be great. I can't imagine it's him, but I hope it is. That'd be an awesome pairing for Adam Sandler. All right. Texas baseball, an easy win, but good to see the Longhorns take care of business on a Tuesday after some of their recent struggles, including the loss to your Texas State Bobcats last week. They run rule Houston Christian. They need only 7 innings to win at 12-2 at the Dish last night. The Horns did most of their work early. 6 runs in the second, 3 more in the third. Ethan Mendoza, the leadoff hitter, who was mired in a little bit of a slump, he got out of it last night. 3 for 5, 5 RBIs to power the Horns offense. Only 1 homer last night for Texas. It was Kimball Schuessler who had a solo bomb in the third. Tommy Farmer hit a 2-run double. The Horns took advantage of their opportunities. 5 of 11 with runners in scoring position. Buck, the Longhorns are now 27-4 on the year. It's Texas's best start since 2004.
Yeah, the Christians are no Texas State, that's for sure.
No, they aren't. I will say this about Houston Christian, or the Christians, as you like to call them. It would be great if they were the Houston Christians. I would like for them.
Christian.
Yeah,
Nice.
they're the Huskies now. They should change to the Christians for the sake of the bit. They're actually in first place in the Southland Conference this year. So, they're, obviously the Southland is not the SEC. I'm not going to sit here and try to argue that Houston Christian is some amazing baseball team, but they are having a very, very good season, and they are number 1 in their league. So, an impressive run rule performance by Texas against, again, a team that has had a very solid season that is now 20-11 here in 2025. So, we'll take it. We will take it. The Longhorns back in action this Friday. Well, they will start a 3-game road series in Lexington against the Kentucky Wildcats.
Very nice.
Kentucky. We'll preview that series later in the week, but Kentucky 5-7 in conference play right now. So hopefully the Horns can keep things rolling. They've won 4 in a row, of course. That big sweep over Georgia over the weekend, and then the nice win on Tuesday against HCU.
Yes, Apollo Creed was Carl Weatherer.
Oh, there's another Weatherer. I thought you were the Weatherer. Are you related to Carl Weatherers?
The Weatherer, yeah.
That is great. Yes, Carl Weathers was Apollo Creed, and also Chubbs.
Chubbs. Yes, I guess I'm going to have to watch this throughout. Am I going to laugh the whole time? Are there any naked women in this at all?
I don't think there are any naked women in this. Do you laugh at that, or do you not laugh at that?
I would laugh at it, depending on how naked they were.
To me, that's pretty serious business if you see a nude woman on the stage. Now, I hope I'm not laughing at how ugly or bad it is if I see a nude woman. That's not what I want. But no, there's a love interest, but there's no nudity.
Oh, okay.
In this one, I think it's like PG-13 movie, or maybe even PG. So you're not getting exactly what you're looking for, but I think it's hilarious. I mean,
Dan Patrick found a way to get into that movie, into Gilmore too. Because they're buddies, aren't they?
Dan Patrick is like a political guy now.
He's not doing any sports.
I don't know. I think he's doing both. He's still doing the show, right? But isn't he like the lieutenant governor or attorney general or something?
I don't know. Everybody else is involved in the cabinet.
Do I have that wrong? Is there a second Dan Patrick that I don't know about?
You think of Dan Patrick in the state of Texas?
Yeah, and is that not the same guy?
That's not the same sports guy. What's wrong with you? Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick? No, he's not in. That's a different Dan Patrick. What's wrong with you?
Oh, that's bad. That's a bad mix-up right there. That shows how little I pay attention to politics there.
There you go.
It's like, Doug Gottlieb's hosting a radio show and coaching college basketball. Why can't Dan Patrick do some politics stuff and host his own radio show?
I met Dan Patrick when Texas played in the national championship at the Hilton Hotel, the Hollywood Hilton.
Which one?
I didn't realize that dude was that tall until he stood over me. You're talking about a guy that I cannot say that I am taller than or close to. He looked right over the top, on top of my head. That's how tall he was.
The politician or the radio man?
The radio man.
Huh.
I don't know if he was a basketball, maybe a scrub, but he was obviously played basketball. He was tall.
Yeah.
He's tall as hell. He's a big old. Now Mike Tirico, I could eat a nice meal off the top of that bald dude's head. The squirrel.
The squirrel.
He's a little dude.
Is that a nickname for a little dude, calling him a squirrel?
I call him the squirrel. Yeah, he reminds me of a little squirrel.
Okay, Dan Patrick is 6'3", according to the Google machine.
There you go.
So he's taller than you. He's taller than me as well. I do not see a listed height for Mike Tirico.
He's 5'6". I'll give you his listed height.
Boy, Mike Tirico beat the Me Too movement by a few years. People just don't talk about Mike Tirico's past. I feel like a lot of people don't know about the allegations against Mike Tirico, like back when he was at ESPN back in the day. But an alleged creep, that Mike Tirico.
Really?
Who was just like hitting on every coworker he had and was like stalking them. And he was accused of sexual harassment like multiple times when he was at ESPN. Yeah. And he beat the Me Too movement by a few years. So he's okay. He's off the hook.
Is he now like a family man?
Yeah, I think so. There are plenty of creeps and pervs who are also family men.
Yeah, that's true.
So that's how it works. But that's my Mike Tirico nugget.
Maybe you're thinking of Oberman. Oberman is the guy that was doing sports that's doing politics now.
Oh.
He's just messing with us.
No, it's Dan Patrick, right? Dan Patrick is two guys, or I guess there's two Dan Patricks.
2 in 1. Yeah, there's 2 different Dan Patricks. Oberman is still, does he do any sports at all? He used to be really good. I always thought he was good.
I don't know. Yeah, he was a sports guy for a long time, and he's kind of gone more to the political. I don't know if he's a politician or just does like political radio and stuff. I am clearly the wrong person to ask any sort of political question to, because I'm not going to know your answer.
All right. And that's a good thing.
Yeah, it is a good thing. Hey, Tre Johnson's going pro. We could talk more about that tomorrow, but we've all known this for a while, but he was on ESPN yesterday on the set of NBA Today, and he made the announcement official that he is foregoing the remainder of his college eligibility and taking his talents to the next level. Congrats to him. Great year at Texas, and I'm glad. I know Texas lost in the play-in, but technically he made the NCAA tournament. I'm glad he was able to make the NCAA tournament and at least get rewarded a little bit for the great season that he put together in Austin. Sucks that Texas couldn't do more with him. But he's going to be a very high draft pick here in a few months. And is
he a lottery pick or is he just going to be a high draft pick?
Oh, lottery pick. Like ESPN released a new mock draft yesterday, funny enough, and they had Tre Johnson going 5th to your 76ers, by the way.
Yeah, him and Massey, that'd be great.
Yeah.
But no big man, because the big man doesn't play basketball there anymore.
He just doesn't like to play very much. He got that big contract, and now he's hurt all the time.
Yes.
Oh, he was hurt all the time before he got that big contract.
Yeah, absolutely. He was a hurt guy anyway.
I don't know if you could accuse Embiid of taking the money and running. I think he's just a very injury.
He's always been
player.
running.
Yeah, he's always been running. Yep.
So, by the way, and before the show started, we talked about Denver. That firing their coach, that is the weirdest deal. I mean, I didn't hear that Malone was this egghead of a guy. I mean, he's been in the playoffs. He's won a championship. He's right in the thick of things. What the hell did you do to get fired now?
This has been one of the weirdest NBA seasons of all time. Now, you and I don't talk a ton of regular season NBA on this show. We'll ramp up the basketball a little more when the playoffs start in a couple of weeks. But, I mean, with the Luka trade and, Memphis fired their coach a couple of weeks ago in the middle of a season. And now Denver, 2 years after winning a championship, they fire their head coach and their general manager with 3 games left in the regular season. And by the way, the Nuggets are 1 game out of 3rd place in the Western Conference.
How is that? What did you do to deserve that deal?
I don't know. Their head coach, Mike Malone, is the winningest coach in franchise history. He's the only coach to win a championship in Denver. And again, the Nuggets, they've been a little cool as of late, but they are still going to be a top 4 or 5 seed in the Western Conference playoffs. They fired their coach and the GM. Stunning move. So I don't know how to explain it. Like, it caught everybody by surprise, and Nuggets fans are pissed, and they're all wondering what the move is going to be. And the owner came out and said, "We feel like this gives us the best chance to make a run in these playoffs and win in the future." But that is bizarre timing to do it right
Certainly
now.
is. You had
Yeah.
some bizarre timing too, giving me the Mike Tirico is a creep. Now, doesn't he do some stuff on the Masters broadcast? Now I'm going to see him and go, "Hey, you creep." He does some stuff,
Tariq,
doesn't he?
I don't think so, because Tarico's now with NBC, right? So he does whatever major the NBC network
Okay.
has. Was that the
Okay.
U.S. Open these days?
Yeah, I don't think he covers. You may be right. He doesn't cover the Masters.
Because Masters is all ESPN and CBS. So we'll get
Jim Nance.
a crying Jim Nance who's still reeling from his Houston Cougars loss
Oh,
on Monday.
no. Oh, is he going to be sentimental for the Masters? Yeah. He may get on there. Yeah. Hello, folks.
He'll mention
Hello,
it.
folks. He may start crying.
Hello, friends.
Oh, no, he's not going to do that. Please don't do that. Don't make that guy cry.
Who's going to make the joke to Jim Nance? Will it be Dottie Pepper who takes the shot at Nance?
I think, yeah. I'm gonna say Dottie will take a shot at him.
Or Bones or Immelman, or who's going to
No,
be
it's
the
gonna
one?
be Dottie. I think it's Dottie because they'll be laughing at her. She'll have some funny hat on. It'll be raining. Hey, nice rain outfit. Hey, nice Cougar win, Jim. Nice.
That'll be great when that happens.
And then she won't have a job after that.
No, she'll keep her job. She's awesome. She's one of my favorite women in sports. She's one of my favorite golf broadcasters, regardless of sex.
Really?
She's incredible. Yeah, I just love her work, man. She does a great job. She throws some quick hitters in there too. Big fan of Dottie Pepper. But yeah, that's the latest out of the NBA. The GM makes a little more sense because the Nuggets haven't made a bunch of great moves since winning the title a couple of years ago. They let Bruce Brown walk. They let KCP walk without offering him a contract.
Yep.
They gave Jamal Murray that huge extension, which isn't looking great because he gets hurt all of the time. And I've heard stories that the Nuggets GM, Calvin Booth, yes, that Calvin Booth, and the head coach, Mike Malone, they didn't get along. But the owner is like, well, I'm not picking one or the other. Both of you guys are gone.
Great.
I'm tired of both of y'all. Both of you are leaving. I don't care that we're 3 games left in the regular season and we're going to make the playoffs and maybe we have a shot to make a deep playoff run. Tired of both of you. You're out.
Man.
Yeah. And by the way, according to our man CB, Mike Tirico is 5'10".
Then that would make him taller than me. But last time I saw him, 2005, he was not taller than I was at the hotel. No. Wait a minute. That was not there. That was not the national. That was at one of the trips that Texas went to San Diego, their other home away from home. And what was that? The Holiday Bowl?
The Holiday Bowl. Yep.
Yeah. Yes. That's when I was with Hogan, and Hogan and I we took a carriage ride downtown to have dinner because nobody ate dinner until like 10 o'clock in San Diego. And I saw Tirico at the hotel. He was a little feller. I mean, he wasn't quite Kyler Murray little, but
You think he's grown in his 30s, 40s, and 50s?
Maybe somebody has been slapping him on that bald head of his, and knots have grown. That's made him taller.
Maybe he grew 1 inch for each sexual harassment claim filed against him. Is that what happened there?
Could have been. I didn't realize all of that. Maybe I'd known about it and forgot about it.
Oh,
I don't even recall him being a creeper, but he was, huh?
Minor allegations, and your allegations are seemingly fake news that you could have a 4-course meal off the top of Mike Tirico's head. Sounds like he could do that to you. He could do that to your head because he's taller than you.
Yeah, he can now. I love that. CB says Nance is going to be like, "Hello, MFers." I'll just get this over with.
Oh my God!
Sorry, Houston lost, you lousy MFers.
Well, who is before we bring on the fellows of Chaos Theory? We've been talking a lot about the Masters. Obviously, we had a great conversation with Alex Myers. I shouldn't say obviously.
Yeah, he was really good.
If you're just joining us, you didn't know that happened, but check out the podcast or go back to the start of the video if you want to hear a little Masters preview with a writer from Golf Digest. He's got Colin Morikawa winning this thing. You said yesterday you were pretty high on Rory McIlroy, and maybe your cousin was going to throw some coin on him.
Yeah, I'm still thinking of Rory, yes.
Is he your official pick to win?
No, my official pick to win is going to be Scotty Scheffler. Bad hand and all. I think he comes through at the Masters.
Really going out on a limb there, taking the favorite, huh?
Yeah, I gotta take him. I think he can get it done in a couple in a row. Should I say Jordan Spieth?
I'd be a little bolder. I think you'd be wrong with that one. I think you have a better chance of being right going with the other.
Okay, well, here's what I'll do. I'm going to take a step out there. I'm going to go and say Schauffele gets well this week and he wins his first Masters.
Xander Schauffele, your pick?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, another guy with an injury, you know. Once again, it's just weird how golfers mentally are so tough. You know, not many of them crack, but one little, a physical thing, BK, can set them back for a long, long time.
I am still trying to get some sponsorship money from our friends at the Live Golf.
Oh, no. Go ahead. Who are you going to take? DeChambeau?
So I feel like I have to pick a Live guy in an effort to increase our chances. I'm going to go with Brooks Koepka.
Forget about it. That guy hadn't played good all year. He's no good.
I thought about going with Waco Neiman because he's like the best player on the Live Tour these days. But he just hasn't won anything.
Harold Varner to the Thursday.
No, I'm not going to do that. I might put some coin on him being your round one leader, but I'm not going to go him to win at all. I'm going to go with Brooks Koepka. I think he gets that green jacket that has evaded him. He's got 4 majors. He always plays his best golf in these biggest events. Doesn't have that green jacket yet. Alex said he's holding a spot in the middle of his trophy case for that Masters trophy.
He's got a little paper Masters right there in his trophy case.
I think he gets it. All right, I see one half of Chaos Theory. Here's our man.
Wags. There they are.
Koepka's my guy, man.
Uh-oh. If you're going Koepka, then I'm changing my pick.
Oh no, I'm going Scotty. I'm going he's the favorite for sure. My father-in-law thinks Scotty's going to do it. I think Scotty's going to do it. Hadn't been able to bring it home lately, but even with the bad hand that Bucky is even talking about, I think he's got a chance to make this happen. Bring it down.
Yeah, he's won 2 of these things. He's won 2 of the last 3, and he's the heavy favorite.
22 and 24?
Yes.
Right.
Yep. So, yeah, I mean, it's not a bad pick. I'll be rooting for Scotty, of course, but, man, 3 and 4 years. I know he dominates this course. I know he loves this course. I know he's the best player in the world, but I can't do it. I can't pick that to happen.
BK, if you're going to make some money, get to see if Spieth is the first round leader, maybe.
What about DeChambeau?
He knows this course.
Tony Finau, man. Tony Finau.
Hello, friend.
Tony's feet are too big for a golfer.
That's why I'm no good at golf.
How about
Tony Finau's feet must be size 17.
How about DeChambeau?
DeChambeau was tied for 6th last year.
DeChambeau is 16-1. He's got tied for the 5th best odds this week, according to our friends at Circa out in Vegas. Jordan Spieth is 35-1. He is 40-1 to be your first round leader, Buck.
Wow.
So this is my father's favorite. My father wants Spieth more. My father's favorite golfer is Spieth, but he keeps saying like something's wrong with Spieth. His game's off. He's not there. His mind's not right on the course. He had another baby. What's going on?
He's got 2 kids now?
No. He's only got the 1, but my dad's always throwing in another baby, and he doesn't have. He's just throwing in. He's like, Dad, he's only got 1 kid.
What are the odds of Scheffler going back to the can, going back to jail?
Ooh.
He almost won that tournament.
I know.
U.S. Open last year where he got arrested trying to drive to work.
Yeah.
Those idiots.
Here's what they told the cop.
The price is wrong, bitch.
That's an Happy Gilmore. You got to watch that. It's a legendary line.
Wax, how many times have you seen Happy Gilmore?
Oh, I know a lot of the lines. I could if you started, I could probably continue with the lines and recite them. It's almost like it's a culture classic, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
It's awesome. And Bucky, for
I'm
some
the
reason, has
Caddyshack
never
guy.
seen
Is
it.
my favorite golf movie.
You can't take her house away. She's old. She's old.
You're in you're
you in the parking lot after the match.
You're in my world now, Grandma.
Yeah.
There's
Free name tag.
It's classic.
I'd like a little warm glass of milk, if you don't mind.
I heard you
how
guys-
about a
we
warm
can go,
glass
we can
of
go on and on.
How about a warm glass of shut the hell up?
Oh dear.
Heard you guys a while ago. Man, I didn't realize. I was really surprised when I saw that Sark had a baby. Well, Sark didn't have a baby, but Sark's going to be a dad.
He took part. Yeah.
I hope.
Yeah, him and Lori.
Sark has been a dad. He's got a kid on the team, but this is his
Yeah.
first child
With Lori.
with
right?
L'Oreal. Yes.
Yeah.
But yeah,
That's a late
51
bloomer.
years
That's a
young.
late bloomer at 51, Rodney, isn't it?
Yeah, man, that's what I'm talking about.
I've actually thought about it. Like, I don't know what it is. Like, Reed's leaving the house.
I
I'm
haven't.
getting
What?
sad.
Wags, don't you even think
Don't do
about
that.
it. Just
Don't
get
do
some
that.
action and be satisfied with that. Keep
There
your
you go.
stuff. Keep your stuff in
But-
you.
But
Do not.
Buck,
Don't
I'm
share
losing my
that.
friend, man. I'm
Yeah.
losing my friend.
BK
You know?
has it.
I'm
BK's got it.
I'm losing the only person that has to talk to me. You know what I mean? Like, I'm
Yeah.
losing the only person that is obligated to talk to me.
Well, and see, that's why I was so surprised when I was hanging out, and then I get the phone call here. Sark calls me up, and he says, "Uncle Ronnie,
Tracksuit pants.
Whoa,
Uncle Ronnie,
Uncle Ronnie, congrats are in order
Very
to you.
nice.
even
You're
got
the,
a
you're
cigar."
the one who got him going on that, huh?
That's what it was. You know, he put his arm around me, and all them creative juices started happening. He's like,
No,
"Hey."
man. Do like me, get snipped and then go adopt a kid. I'm like, really? What am I getting this for? Why am I adopting a kid if I had that done?
I did it. It's well worth it. It's well worth it.
Snip,
I
snip.
would welcome another child.
Wow. Really?
I mean, I don't know. There's just so many. Like, I was a young Marine when Reed was born. I don't think I was the greatest dad. Right? I just
Okay.
don't like my first
I
couple of
wasn't
years.
either,
I
but-
just don't think I was great. I would like to do it over again I would like to be the father that I am now and start over.
I wasn't a great dad either, but I've made up for it with my dogs.
I wasn't a great dad, but I made up it with my putting.
I mean, I wasn't. I shouldn't
better
sell
putter.
myself short. Like, I wasn't a bad dad, but like, I was just gone a lot, man. That's all.
Yeah.
I was just always
It's
gone.
not a bad dad. If you're gone a lot, you just had to go work. That was part
That's
of
a
that was
smart
part of being
dad.
a
But
dad.
that's the thing.
It's a
You're just
smart
not
dad.
there. You're just not available. That's the thing. Like,
But
Have,
hey,
you- have
I'm a
you
better
have you
putter
talked to your
now.
wife about this?
well, I
You
mean,
gotta make sure she's involved.
clearly she's the one that has to decide everything, right? Like, hell, man, I can't even decide if we're practicing or not.
Oh,
dude.
boy.
I would be too old. I would. There's a lot of things that I'd like to do one more time. That's not one.
Right? No, I
No.
get it. I get it. And I
just-
don't know, like, I only have the one. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And, yeah, I don't know. I was always curious how I'd be if I had a daughter. Like, you think how
Oh,
strict I am
right.
with Reed. Can you imagine if I had a daughter? Holy
Wags,
I
shit.
wanted,
you-
to be the,
Oh, you-
I wanted to be the
Terrible.
father of all daughters, Wags. I wanted to have all daughters.
Oh,
And then I had daughters and saw how much toilet paper
right.
disappears.
Why would
I
you
was so
want that
pissed.
on yourself? What are you, a masochist?
Yeah,
I don't know. I
hair
just-
in the drain. Come on, man.
I
I've
just thought
talked
that the
about
daughters
this.
would take care of me. How
Well,
wrong I
now,
was.
see, that you have a point, because a son, I don't know. I don't even have that thought on my mind of where I'm putting my dad, but like my wife has that plan rolled out for her dad. Oh, well, we got to move him here. We might be taking him in with us. Who knows? You know what I mean? Her and her sisters are already talking about the exchange. Boys were just like, yeah, you'll be good in a box, Pop. You'll be fine.
Oh yeah, my plan is my wife has my plan. My plan is to take me up to Big Ben and then go run in the car and take off, and then just let me wander. You know what I'm saying?
Well, the girl part, I mean, I've talked about this where it's so hard for me because with our two girls, I mean, I would speak to them just the way that I would speak normally. And, they're crying and whatever. And then they don't talk to me for 4 days. And I go to my wife, I'm like, what the hell's wrong with, whichever one? And it's like, she's like, you might want to think about the way that you say things.
Oh yeah, they get. I had my one daughter. If I just looked at her wrong, Ron, she would she would start crying. I didn't have to raise my voice. I just gave her a look, and tears just started coming out.
Yeah.
The other one, I could spank across her backside and everything else. And she said, I'm calling Child Protective Services on you. And I would be like, you know what? You'll be dead before they get here. Believe me. By the time you get to the phone, they won't have time. But the one you can look at, they're just so different. You look at them and they're like, they could just start crying. So never had to raise my voice to them.
Yeah. It's a mess.
But do it, Wags. Do it, because that'd be good.
Hey, trust me, Buck. I'm trying.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
I'm trying. It's all on my wife. If my wife says, sure, let's do it, because she's mentioned like let's adopt, and I'm like, fuck adopt, and let's go with this bad boy, man. Let's put some more Wagner blood out there.
If you're worried about the kid here and you go into the garage and just cut some music on in the car, don't really kind of start it up, because you'll die in the car.
We got a big closet. We got a walk-in closet.
Oh yeah, go to a walk-in closet. Yeah, any of those kind of places. Just don't go back to the regular bed. You got to do something different at your age if you want to really spark some stuff. Make those juices really flow.
Yeah, something different. Take a blue pill.
Yeah.
Take a blue pill.
Yeah.
Thankfully, I don't need the blue pill yet. I have so much tension built up that we don't need the blue pill.
No, the deal is, it's not that you need it. It's just for recreational use. That's all. It's nothing that we need. That's what every guy will tell you. I don't need it.
The blue pill to have a circus with yourself. A blue pill.
Yeah.
I'll just take one before. I'll take one before I go to the grocery store. Just have a good time a little.
There you go. Just go around poking people on the shoulder.
Take one, go stand in the frozen food section.
All right, I'm gone, boys. Have a good day, y'all.
All right. Hey, real quick, one final announcement. Tomorrow morning, you guys will be doing the 7 to 8 a.m. show. Chaos Theory will be a couple hours early. And Bucky and I will be at Southside Market and Barbecue for their grand opening, the Leander location. Nice. Right across the highway from the HEB Center at Cedar Park, not too far from you two knuckleheads.
That's right up the road.
Yeah, we'll be there tomorrow from 8 to 10. So come by, see us, get you some barbecue, and should be a fun.
You going to be in full force?
What, like taking a blue pill before the show?
Full force blue chew pill? Yeah.
We'll see. Nice. You got to come by and find out. Well, that's not a good tease, but the people will know tomorrow. But I will see you guys. Get you some meat. See y'all tomorrow. Have a good show, boys.
Get you some meat later.
Get some sausage. I'm going to go get me some sausage tomorrow. How about that? Okay, Wags, if you're going to have another kid, I'm telling you, I'm already an uncle with my man Steve.
No, I mean, I just
Ronnie Wagner,
Patrick and Jason. They're older fathers. You know what I mean, or with younger children. 47 with a 3-year-old and 40 with a 3-year-old. So it's never too, it's never too late to have another one or whatever. I don't know. It's just maybe it's not like an empty nest thing or whatever. And I don't know, man. And I've always said, like, I'm glad I have one, because I don't know how I could love another one as much as I love Reed, you know what I mean? Or as much as I love my son. And then my wife's just like, it's not that you love any less. You just find more love in your heart to love a different way. It's like with your dogs, right? I always said that with Bianca, like, I don't want another dog because I don't want to share the love that I have right now, on display for Bianca. Like, I don't want to rob her of that love. And my wife's just like, but like, it doesn't work like that. You find more love, like the love just grows. And she was right. Rock, like, there's no love being taken away from Bianca with Rocky. It's just, and maybe now that Reed is kind of going off and going on his own to college, I can, attribute more attention to another child. But
yeah, well,
I don't know. It's just, and also it's selfish on my part to want another child and not even, talk about it on my wife, talk about it on my wife. Just be like, hey, let's, we're having another kid. Go ahead. Let's go.
But I will tell you, I'm very fortunate because, like I've talked about, we're a blended family. I have 2 daughters. I mean, bottom line, 2 daughters. Yeah, we're a blended family. But the whole thing is, I mean, for me, it's like, it kind of bothers me when people say, "Oh, it's my stepdaughter. That's my stepson." No, that's your daughter.
No, that's your kid. Yeah,
that's your son. And I take a lot of pride in the fact that, I mean, my youngest, I mean, hell, for some reason, she thinks I've hung the moon.
Right.
She tells me things that it's unbelievable. And I'm so proud of that, man. I'm
also
so proud
double
of
R, like you got to think too, like when you're raising someone else's child, like that's even more of a selfless act, I think, right? Like you don't have to do that. You don't have to be a mentor. You don't have to show love, but it's the kindness in your heart and the fact that someone's under your roof, and it's Tracy's kid. You know what I mean? Like the love that you have for Tracy is gonna permeate and go through and hit every ounce of that house and every ounce of that child too. So
and I think the other part of that is, and just a little advice is, I mean,
I don't know if I need advice. So I don't know if I'm having the second child just yet. I mean,
no, this would be like in my situation. I mean, part of this is you have to nut up, and you have to, I mean, like the dad of a child that's not your child, you establish a relationship with that dude. I mean, that
right.
Tracy's ex-husband, I love that dude. He's a great dude. I mean, a really good dude. I consider him
ultimately at the end of the day, you got to find out what's best for the child, right?
We're buddies. I mean, my daughter's mom, we couldn't live together. We couldn't get along, but we co-parented well. Her and Tracy have done it. There's a mutual respect right there. Her, my kid's mom doesn't look at Tracy in a bad way. That they're moms. They're moms.
Right,
right. You can not like each other, but get along. I mean, that's the best thing. And that's the best thing, because those kids sense that shit. They will know.
That's called adulting, right?
That's right. That's right. Yep. Absolutely. That's adulting in a good way. When people say, "Oh, I don't want to go to work today. I don't feel like adulting." Come on, man. I hate it.
Shout out to Bevo Lance, Jason here. I've raised my 12-year-old stepson for over 10 years now. It has taught me how to be a parent.
Well,
that's fantastic.
And I'll tell you, my ex-wife, when we got together, she has a son. And so I got practice with him, and I consider him still my son. I don't see him. I don't get to interact with him a whole hell of a lot. But still, I had a part in raising that dude, and I probably taught him some bad habits. But it is what it is.
Yeah.
But it's parenting is something.
Yeah.
else.
When you only have one, man, you hope you do it right. I mean, it's got to be perfect, right? Like, I guess it doesn't have to be perfect, but you want it to be perfect. And
man.
Like I do now that Reed is almost out of the house. Like I do wish we had more.
Yeah. Well,
and there it is. Ultimately, I was wrong. I should have had more kids.
The thing that scares me, if I could go untie my nuts or whatever they do when they do that snipping, and we were going to have another child, what really scares me, I mean, not so much about
20. Did you get snipped or did you get tied? Because that is a completely different.
I don't know what they did. I had what do they call it?
Well, if you get snipped, I don't think you can come back from a snip.
Yeah, I don't think I
if
could.
If you get tied,
yeah.
Wait, don't. And I think women are the only one that gets tied. I think the dudes get snipped and the women get tied.
Yeah. Jason, I mean, that's another caveat right there. You build that relationship. If they choose to not be involved, fine, whatever. But and I totally get that. But yeah, if I had to do it all over again, if I was going to have a baby, or not me, if I was going to have a baby, I'm going to be a millionaire, because that's going to, man. If I was going to have a kid, let's say in 9 months, what scares me now is the environment that kid would be in say 7 to 10 years when they get into the school environment. Because that's the thing now, even as my kids were going through the ranks and getting through high school and going into college, that's where it seemed like society changed so much. And I was always so concerned how they were going to adapt to this life, and they've done a tremendous job. But that would be the thing that scares me if I was going to start all over again. That's a scary world out there, man.
The fact of society.
Yeah. People. Nothing ruins a good time like people, except
Jake Bayless usually has some really good facts here, right? And this nice little nugget out of nowhere. The 10th president of the United States still has a living grandson. I have no idea who the 10th
wasn't that like in the 18s? What year would that have been?
John Tyler. John Tyler, it was the 10th. So I guess John Tyler still has a grandson now. That's still living. A real not a great grandson or a great great grandson, like an actual grandson. So, my goodness, Jake, what do you do with your time with all this knowledge?
John Tyler, isn't that a high school? John Tyler.
John Tyler High School? I think so. I'm
Tyler
pretty
John
sure
Tyler.
every president probably has a school named after them, wouldn't you think?
Football factor. See, we need Adam Wagner High School somewhere here in.
I'm not a president. No.
In the Wilco.
No, we don't.
You're bigger than a president.
I would not do. I would do a disservice to the country. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, come on, man.
I would do. It's John Tyler was the 10th president. So
you're a pillar of the community. I go to Adam Wagner High School.
Boy, the ship is going down. If that's
what would be the mascot? The Wagner.
That's a good question. If I had, what would be the mascot of the school?
The Wagner. Oh, I don't know. We'll have to think about that. Top 5 mascots for Adam Wagner High School. Could be a top 5.
Now, technically, my name is Wagoner. Like we had an O in our name, and we removed it when we moved it when we came over. So would I be a wagon? Could I be a wagon wheel? Should it be a farmer? We were farmers. We were farmers from Scandinavia. So Scandinavia and Prussia, old Prussia.
So you're saying somewhere deep inside you're really an Aggie because they're farmers too.
No, I'm not.
The Wagoner Aggies. What is an? Oh, that's a dog. I don't know.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying that. What's up, Rob? We see you, buddy. Good to have you here. Good to have you.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, we were talking sports. We were talking a little bit of the Masters before we were coming on for crosstalk here. You got a favorite here? I mean, I'm liking Scotty. BK, you heard BK mention Koepka here. Old Brooks. Brooks is my favorite golfer. But I haven't seen a lot of him since he's left the PGA and gone over to live.
Yeah, I would say. I mean, I hate to go to the low hanging fruit, but I think it would be Scotty is who I would go with here.
He's dialed in. I know he hasn't been able to collect home, a win as of late here, but he's dialed in. He's been playing very well the past couple of weekends.
Yeah.
Hell, over the past month. So
I mean, I think Rory McIlroy maybe. Yeah, it could be a time. Rob just hit it also. I think I hate to phrase Rory McIlroy as a sleeper, but I think that maybe that dude.
I'm wondering if Rory hits the longest drive right now on the tour, right? Like Rory has the longest off the box, I'm sure. Or it could be Koepka could still have the howitzer.
Yeah.
I thought Rory had it, but it could be Koepka. I'll have to check on that. Yeah, I'd like to throw some money at Spieth. He's got some good odds too, but you're kind of throwing your money away here. I don't think Jordan. I don't think Jordan's gonna come on strong here and have a good showing for this majors, for this Masters here. I think the safe. I mean, I don't know how much of a return you would have with Scotty. I think the safe pick would be Koepka. You got a good return on Koepka there too, and good off the box. I don't know what Rory's numbers are. I didn't even think to even look up Rory. Just because I didn't think that the return would be that great on Rory. But yeah, Koepka's got a good return here. Scotty, not too high for Scotty, but it's a safe pick, right?
Yeah, I think that's the thing. If you're looking to do the cousin thing and win some money, Scotty's not the guy to go with because I'm assuming he's the favorite. But yeah, I kind of like the McIlroy, Koepka, Bryson DeChambeau. Maybe you could.
Only 3 have gone back to back to back.
Wow,
ever at Augusta.
Man,
what would the odds be for that? I mean, we'll see. I guess the odds would already be factored in for Scheffler. So
yeah.
We shall see.
We'll see. The Masters. Hello, friends.
Well, wait. Scheffler wouldn't be back to back because he had a break in 2023, right? He didn't do it in 20. He didn't collect it in 2023. He put the jacket on in 22 and 24. Correct?
Yeah. I think that's right. Hey, it all starts tomorrow. Yeah. What's today?
I could take JT. I could go with JT.
Yeah. Today's the par 3, isn't it? Is that what they do today? Yeah.
What's that?
Today they do the par 3. Is that what happens?
Wednesday?
Yeah.
This is where you usually see the caddies, dialing it in, and this is where Nicholson's grandson, I think, had that day and hit the hole in one.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
You know, what I like about the Masters is, well, lots of things I like about the Masters, but the simple fact here that we're talking about, because I see this in NASCAR all the time where people get turned away from NASCAR because the stars are gone. And when you look at the Masters, you know, obviously Tiger's not there. I guess Tiger's not there. I don't know if he's there physically.
I don't think
but
he's playing.
But he's not playing. But all these names that we're listing off right here, you know, golf has made that transition to where it's not so much where NASCAR struggles with Jeff Gordon and Tony Stewart and all these people being gone. But golf doesn't have that problem. I remember, I think it was last year, we were actually in South Carolina. We were in Myrtle Beach, and Tracy and I had this whole plan of shit that we were going to do over the weekend, and the Masters was on. We sat in the hotel and watched the Masters the whole time. And Tracy's like, wow, I love golf. And now she'll rattle off names of golfers. You know, it's like, oh, okay, there you go. There you go.
Do you think Tracy would go to a golf outing or a golf
Tracy
event?
would
she stand there in that sun with a visor on like Steve Spurrier?
Tracy would be perfect at a golf outing. That is right up her alley. Just sitting around, kind of doing some people watching, swigging on some wine. You know, every now and then getting a little animated. She's in great shape. She'd love to walk and follow a golfer.
Leave early, like probably after the second hour. My wife would be like, "All right, I'm done. I've walked the course. Grass is beautiful. Sangria is fantastic. Let's get the hell out of here."
Yeah, she'd get sleepy because she'd probably get over there and slam 3 glasses of wine, and she'd say, "Okay, I'm ready for a nap." So yeah, you're probably right with that. The TSU Masters Golf Pick'em Contest is that going on? I'm assuming that there'll be one. I don't want to speak out of turn.
I don't want to speak out of place here, but if one hasn't been announced, I'm assuming one is in the mix, and we're conjuring up the contest as we speak. I would assume. I have to roll it out soon because the tournament starts tomorrow here. But that's a good point. Maybe we are still trying to get a sponsor on board for it, and that's kind of been like a little bit of the delay here. But yeah, that's something to ask the boss man.
Yeah, we'll definitely get that word in. But yeah, Masters firing off tomorrow. Probably be going by the time. You and I tomorrow 7:00, my man.
Yeah, man. We'll be tipping it off, man. Tip of the cap to us, and tip of the cap to Texas Sports Unfiltered as we fired off on a Thursday here. Hey, real quick, whether you're watching NHL, whether you're watching NBA, we got some NBA news to talk about too, and whether you're watching the Masters over the weekend here, do it with audiovisual consultations. Call our friends up. Call our guy Tom McKay up. 512-255-8678. It's audiovisual consultations. You can go to their website at avconsultations.com and see the gallery of projects that they've done over the past 35 years as they've been setting the standard in audiovisual automation. Give them a call. Check them out. See the gallery of projects like I just mentioned, then you will have an idea of what you want to put in your room. If it's not 2 TVs or 4 TVs or 3 TVs, maybe you want that huge 96-incher or 110-inch or whatever the hell they make. You can get it done with audiovisual consultations. Your whole wall can be digitized with AV Consultations. Just look them up, avconsultations.com, like I already mentioned, and you will get the setup of your dreams. No job's too big, no job's too small. And then, hell, let's talk audio for a second here, man. Maybe you want that Sonos surround sound system where you can get everything in your house set up to the perfect audio situation, right? Maybe you want some music that's playing in your, maybe you want, some Jamie Foxx, you're watching some Jamie Foxx, or you got some comedy sound on with Jamie Foxx in one room, and then you go downstairs and you got maybe you got some Pantera rocking downstairs in your living room or in your garage because
Sabrina Carpenter.
You get it all done with audiovisual consultations and that Sonos surround sound system, man. It's too easy, it's too simple. Just give them a call. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com.
Absolutely. And of course, McCall Custom Homes, boy, my master bathroom. I'll tell you, man, glorious showering about to be coming up. They've gone in there, big walk-in shower, replacing cabinets, replacing floors. They have done everything in there. It looks amazing. McCall Custom Homes can do that for you as well. It's McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Check them out. Whether it is a bathroom remodel, a kitchen remodel, you need a new home, you need to move up. We're talking about having kids. Are you in the market for having kids? Our man, Mr. McCall, just had one, so he may need to build himself a bigger house. It is McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Adding a second story, dressing up that outside patio. They will take care of that for you. And remember, if you're a TSU watcher or listener, free estimate if they come out your way. You can call or text our man, Mike at 633-9580. He will make his way out there and get that all together for you. The trades are amazing, and the work is even more outstanding. It is McCall Custom Homes, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. And we can't forget about our friends at Covert Bee Cave.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Yeah, man, nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. CovertBeeCave.com.
I was watching a little bit of the golfers, back and forth on the podium yesterday. Man, they were pretty brutal with Colin Morikawa. I don't know if you saw that interview or not, but apparently he had said some things to a reporter or failed to say some things to a reporter after I guess a disappointing weekend. And I'm paraphrasing here, but I guess didn't want to make some comments that didn't go over harshly or said some things where just didn't feel like talking to the damn media. And of course, a guy fired back with a question yesterday is like, do you not necessarily enjoy being covered by the media or talking to the media after a difficult situation? The guy Morikawa took at least 3 minutes circling around trying to answer this thing when all he really had to say was, look, man, it's a difficult time. I don't do well in defeat, and I was trying to process it. I didn't want to say something bad, and I didn't want to be rude to you, certainly. And of course I was in the wrong, right? But I mean, Jesus, man, and to journalists out there, like, what do you expect? Right, a dude misses like a major putt and drops what, millions, at least millions. What, it's kind of like with Rory, right? Rory had the same situation too, where he walked off and failed. Chose not to speak to the media because he didn't want to put himself in a bad situation, and the media gave him shit for it. Now, as a pro, you're supposed to talk about things, or you're supposed to address the situation at hand, or maybe that your shortcomings on the course or whatever. But ultimately, I think you'd want to protect your character too. And, if you know that you aren't going to handle a situation well, you're removing yourself from a situation. You're being an adult at the end of the day. So I tip my hat off to Morikawa and Rory in situations like these.
Yeah. And this is where in the individual sports, and this is where I'll bring the racing back into it. We see this.
Rob, they were hammering Morikawa yesterday. They were giving it to him.
We see this a lot. I mean, Kyle Busch is the best example, to where something happens. This dude is ultra competitive and one of the greatest drivers. Yeah, he doesn't have all these championships that others have or whatever. It's a different environment. That's a whole different discussion we can have on a racing show sometime. But Kyle Busch, the most synonymous, where if he doesn't win, you walk up and you stick a microphone in his mouth, and it's like he's going to give you, yeah, we didn't win. I mean, a very short answer, and people
Bill Belichick type answer.
Yeah, exactly. And people will automatically, or have in the past, label this guy an asshole. And I'm like, no, that's a competitive fire. That's a competitive fire. Denny Hamlin's the same way, where you walk up to that dude and you ask him something.
What are you expecting? Yeah. Like, oh, hey, you want to come over for some pizza? I got fresh pepperoni sliced.
Right. And it's like, a couple of weeks ago, Denny Hamlin's won 2 races in a row. The week before, when he won at Martinsville, the dude gets out of the car. They hand him something. He puts up a flag, and it says 11 against the world or something to that effect. And people are saying, well, he's cocky. Well, yeah, he's cocky. He's a great race car driver. But that's the thing. When reporters walk up and then they ask the stupid question, it's like the obvious stuff. And it takes a lot. And sometimes you just have to be like, it may seem like the low road, but just take the high road, give the smallest answer as possible, and move on down the road. Because ultimately,
I usually don't feel too bad for adults, right? But I mean, I don't pay too much attention to golf, so I don't even know what Morikawa did to some of the journalists out there, or what he might have done on the course. But I mean, damn, it's pretty brutal. I mean, it was back and forth, almost like like a cross examination on the podium for him yesterday instead of an interview or a preview of what we're going to see for him at the Masters.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So
speaking of cross examinations, somebody got fired yesterday. Somebody lost a job in the association. Coach Malone, Mike Malone, what the hell is going on up in Denver, dude? The playoffs are upon us, and they fire their head coach.
Is this going to be like a trend? I mean, because Jenkins got run out of Memphis a couple of weeks ago. I mean, I don't understand the logic of this, especially in Denver. I don't. I mean, who's unhappy? Who made this call? I mean, I know they're on a 4-game skid. But does a 4-game skid make you a bad coach when you've won championships and done all these different things? I don't understand.
I don't get the knee-jerk reaction in the fall, or maybe I'm thinking it's a knee-jerk reaction because I'm not entrenched, or I'm not in tune with the Denver press and didn't know that there was rumblings and stuff going down with Mike Malone in Denver.
Yeah, no, I had heard nothing. I heard nothing.
This guy,
isn't that good?
He's so dumb, bro. I love it.
You know what?
So for those of you guys that can't see, Jake just hit us with a zinger. It's the post Malone era in Denver.
I'm just waiting for somebody to say. That's gay. That's gay. We mean that in a good way. Yeah, I saw that come down yesterday, and when I first saw it, I'm like, okay, what site am I looking at? Who's posting this? Because I saw it on the tweet, and I'm like, okay, this is one of those fake things. This is somebody out of Denver that's just trying to do a hypothetical thing here and get people in an uproar, and it's totally legit. And I guess that also the GM, Calvin Booth, is not going to be extended, so we're looking at an overhaul here. I guess in the front office.
Are we like, is it an actual overhaul though? Like, do you overhaul a roster like this? That's my question.
That's my thought. I mean, are the standards that high with the Denver Nuggets that you have to overhaul something because you didn't win an NBA championship last year and you're probably not going to win one this year? Is that standard that high? I don't think it is, in my opinion, in the juggernaut of the East.
18 games back, 18 games back out of the lead in the West, right? Had some injuries. You'd like to think that, with some shuffling around, you can kind of compete and get over I guess the standard now in the West is Oklahoma City, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Get some youth. I mean, is Murray banged up too much to where you're going to have to start looking at another guard? You're going to have to start looking at another distributor here or facilitator? Or maybe, maybe I don't know how you would do this. I don't know how you would be able to add this. But maybe you find a way to kind of keep Murray on the team, but slide him out of the facilitator, or maybe you just bring in a shooter, honestly, another shooter to help out with that big three. Like Denver's got some pieces, I'd think, but beyond, I don't know if I can call all of their cogs or give even one of their cogs like the third slot of the three. Like it's Murray, it's Joker, and then it's the question mark for me. Like, where's the third?
Yeah. And with the Memphis thing, when the Memphis thing went down, I'm like, still just extremely surprising. I mean, I don't know why you make a change like this on the cusp of the playoffs. And I guess we were 2 weeks out of the playoffs at that point when they made the move there and fired Jenkins. And I'm thinking, okay, at that point, maybe whatever, but there's an overhaul. I don't know, but this is where you go back to the stars of this team. And like with Denver, with Joker, I mean, obviously, right, Wags? You go to Joker, right? And you're like, okay, we're going to run this dude out of town. I guess you have to get the sign off from your star. The timing
Does
of this.
He have, clearly he's the star. He's one of the best players in the NBA. But Does he have that much clout? Does he have that much power that you run stuff through him, through the organization, like you would do a LeBron?
I think you probably do. I think
consult with him, sure. Like, hey, who's a player that you would love to work with here, or that you think would work well with your skill set, or that you think we would want to bring in. But I don't know how much decision making potential he has with the entire deal, right? Like he's got maybe, well, this is an ideal situation for me. He's got kind of that type of clout, but I don't know if he actually has influence or weighing in on the situation.
And I would think that in this case with Joker, if you go to the star, if you go to the franchise guy, and even with Memphis for everything, with Ja Morant, I mean that's your star. I would think if somebody came to me and we're like, hey, we're about to go into the NBA playoffs, we're gonna make a change at head coach. I mean, even if the probability of your team winning is not that great, I think that I would kind of bunk that a little bit and say, I don't think that move needs to be made right now.
That's where I'm at. Like, I don't understand the move now. Like, sure, that's if you don't like the head coach, let's find something or find a solution in the off season, right? I don't understand. Like, getting ready to go into the gauntlet of the NBA play. Hell, some people argue that this is when the actual NBA starts, right? Is when the playoffs happen, right? Instead of the Christmas Day game, it's the actual playoffs, right? That's when the NBA actual starts.
And Wags, the other part of that is with both of these moves happening in the West. I mean, the East is pretty solid. I think we have a pretty good idea what's going to happen there. You mentioned Oklahoma City is kind of being the predominant favorite at this point, but I'm not totally sold that it's going to be Oklahoma City. And especially in the Denver situation, I think Denver could have an opportunity to make some moves there. I don't know if this is something with the emergence of Houston. I don't know if this is something with the Lakers after the trade. By the way, Luka heading back to Dallas tonight. We'll get to that. But I just don't understand the timing. It just doesn't seem. We talk about badly run organizations. This seems like a bad organizational move, in my opinion.
I mean, I don't know if that's just it. I don't know if it's a bad organizational move or not because I don't understand it.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on behind the scenes or what's going on in the locker room. If there's been a disconnect between Mike Malone and the front office or Mike Malone and the players. Yeah, I tell you what, I can't wait for Chip and Zay.
Oh yeah. That's where you get the inside right there. Yeah, listen, our man Zay, he'll have some pretty candid thoughts on that one. Yeah, I don't know.
Cannot wait for Chip and Zay, and that is how you tease, baby. Did you feel a little bit of arousal there?
I did.
All right, where do you want to go next, partner?
Hey, how about Luka? Luka going home.
Now, does he play today, or will he take the night off?
You have to play. I mean, you have to play.
Does he? Does he have to play?
I think as much as he loved Dallas, I think he's going to get out there and dazzle. You will see. That's got to be so weird for him to go back to Dallas in Laker gold and purple and play for another team. There's going to be people crying in that arena tonight, man. It's God. I still don't understand that trade, Dallas, but no, whatever. He's got to play. He's got to play. He's got to play.
Jake, buddy, Jake, I want Jake, I'm going to open my house to you. I would like for you to come stay with me for a little while. You are hurt. You're hurt. And we get it. It's almost like a beaten dog or a dog that just needs love and just doesn't trust the world right now. Right. And there are hands coming to console you and help you out. And you're snipping at the hands that are trying to help you because you don't know anybody. Like you've been tormented. The world has done you a disservice. The world has beaten you down, put oil and grease, grime, dirt. It just treated you unfairly and cruel. And now we're trying to help you and get you back together. It's going to be okay, Jake. You got to stop putting yourself down. You got to be nice to my friend. You got to be nicer to my friend Jake, buddy. You just do.
Well,
all right. Yeah, sure. I think he's going to play. I ultimately, maybe if you're a masochist like Jake and you want to see him come out there and drop 50 on you guys tonight and send this shit boat down the river, so to speak. I don't know why you would want to root for. I don't know why you would root for that. I would want to villainize if somebody did this to me, or if Nico did this to me, I would want to villainize the person that he did this to. I don't know.
Yeah,
but I get it. No love lost for Luka. Or maybe you try and spin it that way and say, this guy left us, rah, 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 even though that's not how it went down.
No.
But you find your way to be Michael Jordan about the situation and get petty about it.
If I'm Luka, I'm going to look at this in two different ways. First, for all the love that he's had in Dallas and the love that he still has in Dallas, and the people are bitter. They're bitter at the organization. So number one,
it's not Luka, right?
Yeah, no, it's not Luka at all. So you go out there and you dazzle your fans. I mean, those are your fans. They're always going to be your fans because of everything that you did in Dallas. Go out there and give them a show. And at the same time as you're doing that for the people that love you and the people that will continue to love you, you stick the middle finger straight up, maybe both middle fingers to the organization, and put some closure on it.
That's all. I think that's ultimately where it goes. It's not
second option.
What he wants to do to the fans. It's, look here, like no one ships me off. You know what I mean? No one gets rid of me. And here's what I think of you. And who now? Like, I don't know. Maybe Luka was whispering sweet nothings in Nico's ear, saying, "Hey, get me to LA." I don't know.
Yeah.
But apparently, all the storylines and all the parties said that Luka was happy in Dallas and didn't want to leave, and we're circling back around to that. What's the props on Luka tonight for high score? Not so much high score. I mean, I don't really care if he's going to be the high scorer on the court, but what do you think he's going to go for tonight? What do you think he's going to drop?
I think he's probably going to drop about 26 points tonight.
That's all?
I think he's yeah. I think I thought maybe
I'd put him, man. I feel at least a 40 bag. Least a 40 bag tonight.
Oh, that's really the double middle finger right there. That's really the
double middle finger is 50.
Nice.
Like you come out and drop 50. You have a night like a James Harden night, or hell, like even Luka, a couple years back was dropping 50, consistently.
I think it all depends. I mean, if the Lakers get out and really stretch this thing out, then you load manage him a little bit and get him out. Maybe something JJ Redick would do at that point if the Lakers can stretch it out. But and on top of this, I mean, the other part of this is for one thing, kind of the double-edged sword on this whole trade scenario that rocked the world is, he goes to the Lakers and his Batman or Robin, whichever is LeBron. So man, that really magnifies it. So imagine if you get a big night out of LeBron also, that's really going to compound anything that Luka does. So if you're Dallas, you've just sunk to this point. This is gonna cap your season when this dude comes back and just takes you to the rafters here. Jeez Louise, man.
How many games remaining in the regular season? Less than 2 weeks, right?
Yeah, we're a week and a half out or so.
Week and a half out.
Yeah.
All right, I'm wondering if LA can make a push for this thing and kind of sneak ahead of Houston here and steal the 2, right? If you make a push, I mean, there was a time where I think LA was in the 2 spot for a moment there.
They were real damn close. They surged up really high. Let's see here. What are they? I don't know, man. That's 4 games. I think what's good for the Lakers here is I don't know what the Clippers are going to do, but I would have to think that with Denver, with the coaching change, there's going to be some distance.
Denver's going to slide. You'd think Denver's going to drop some. I would think so. Denver will stay in the playoffs here. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think they're going to stay at the 5. They'll probably drop down to like.
Well, and here's another reason why that move doesn't make any sense to be in the post Malone era. I mean, look at that juggernaut that you have right there from 4 to 7 with Denver's right in the middle of that. No, actually 4 to 8. I mean, they're all within a game.
Yeah, and I don't see Minnesota as a real 8. I don't see Memphis as a real 7. Like these are teams that should be 2, 3, and 4, right?
Yeah.
And
Denver's right in the middle of that. Yeah, Denver. How bad can it be? That I mean, are you not looking at these standings? I mean, shit, you're conceivably sabotaging your season, making a coaching change. I don't know what the problem is with Mike Malone, but I mean, I think I ride this thing out in that mess.
And I got to tell you, it is we're all looking at the same record here between 5 and 8. So one game, a 3-game slide, and that could be detrimental and set you back. What Rob just said right here, it could set you back into the play-in game. So if you're Denver, troubled waters, man. And I think if you're the rest of the West, you can start to smell blood in the water, and you see the shark circling it. So take them out while you can. If I'm anybody in the West right now, if you can knock Denver into play-in status and have a chance for them to be eliminated and not even stay in the West, my God, a combined front on the West here to take Denver out and not have the best player in the damn league try and wreck your season in the postseason there.
Yeah, and if I'm
you would have to think that's what LeBron wants to do. Like Joker's been the ultimate LeBron killer of recent, right? Of lately. It's been, it hasn't just been the LeBron killer. Joker's been the NBA killer. Like we've talked about it. He and Luka have been the best players in the NBA for the past couple of years now. So
yeah,
man. Be paying attention tonight, especially for the return to Luka. Big stories, big narratives in the NBA today.
And it really, the move yesterday just really flipped the West around. I mean, as if the uncertainty wasn't already there with the Thunder. And again, I know the Thunder are kind of where they are right now. I'm still
Thunder in the light. Or it's wrong. Sorry, it was the wrong one. Lightning and the Thunder.
That's all right. And this is where
Tourette's, man. I got Tourette's. Sorry.
I think that this is where, with the move there with Denver, I think that this really makes the Lakers even more of a contender, to be honest with you. I don't know about Houston. We sat here and we questioned Houston last week, and, they win the division, and whatever happens that same damn day, that's dumb luck. But this is where I think the Lakers can catch
cliche. This is going to be very cliche. I don't think Houston has the experience yet.
Exactly. That's where I think you see yet another Houston meltdown coming up at some point. I haven't gone into the long range forecast, but just based on that, I would say a Houston meltdown would
the Rockets got a squad. They're young, they're athletic, they're big and long too.
They're not tested.
Exactly. I don't know how well or how much of a test they've been in yet.
Yeah.
So until they gain that experience, that's why I ultimately say they're 1, maybe 2 years. Like they got to go through the ringer first before they can hoist the crown, right, and hoist the hardware up. Usually that's kind of the flow or the system on and how it just squeezes out champions or kind of molds champions. Like Denver was there for a minute, right? Struggled, and then ultimately, boom, they got it. They got the hardware, and now you're starting to see the drop off or the fallout rather. That's ultimately the natural progression, right? You get there, you battle, you struggle, you get it, and then boom, the turnover happens. I think LA can kind of make a push for this thing and get in the next week and a half, maybe steal the 2 spot, and ultimately with this fallout with Denver here, if the West push on a combined front in surge, they have a chance to take Denver out of the playoffs.
Yeah, I really do. It's just bad timing all the way around. And what's really cool to see here about the West, with the coaching moves that we've been talking about here this morning, and the Lakers on the move, the Rockets on the move, Young and the Lakers about to transition and all of this. And then when you really start looking 2 or 3 years out, what's the West going to be? Because San Antonio will be coming. Look, they are coming.
You can bet your ass San Antonio will be in the playoffs next year.
Yes,
right.
So,
that's that. I don't think that's a hot take. I don't think that's hyperbolic. Yeah. Look at the moves that have happened in the season, and you'd like to think with a full year, Wemby healthy again, and Fox and Wemby being able to work on a nice tandem and get a give and go going here. I would think that the San Antonio Spurs are on the right path to get their ass back to the playoffs.
Yeah, and just think about it. They're going to add another. They're going to have another great draft.
Yeah, you'll have a lotto pick too. So
yeah, you're gonna add that. And what has that done? How'd you get Fox? He wanted to come play with Wemby. You're going to have that where these veterans want to come to San Antonio. So that's why I say this is really the calm before the storm. And I'm a Spurs fan. I'm looking forward to the next couple of 2, 3, 4, 5 years because I know what's coming. And that's why I keep saying with the West, you better go get it now. You better go get it now. It's going to be quite the run, but I'm still baffled by the Denver thing. Yeah, we'll just give up on the season. Look at the standings.
What else we got, partner? Anything else?
Oh God, it's crazy. Texas baseball last night, another win, 12-2 over Houston Christian. How about our man Ethan Mendoza? 3 hits, 5 RBIs, taking care of business in the mid to early week. Are the Texas Longhorns baseball team?
Jake actually says that the 2 spot is clinched yet. I didn't see that.
Yeah.
I didn't see that in the standings.
Yeah,
it is clinched. Yeah, I see. All right, I'm sorry. I do not have my glasses on. The Y is next to it. So Houston did clinch already. Thank you for the correction there. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I didn't see that. But yeah, Castle, not bad at all. Not bad at all. All those pieces are there. So it's just like you're just waiting. The coaching thing's gonna shake itself out here with Pop. I'm not worried about that. Pop probably doesn't. If Pop's health is in what we think it is, he probably doesn't need to be doing this. Let somebody else do that job. All those pieces are there. But yeah, Texas baseball with another big win. These guys, it's a hell of a baseball team, dude. I think Omaha is now the standard. Well, it's always a standard, but I think Omaha is going to be the expectation now with what this team is doing at this point.
If the Longhorns would have lost last night, right, to the Sisters of the Weak and Unscrupulous, are we at a point now to where if they just have an anomaly of a loss like midweek, do we even think it's ruffled feathers, or is it just kind of a hiccup?
No, it's just a midweek game, dude.
Just a midweek off night.
Just a midweek game, man. You're working on things. I mean, look at the pitching last night. You go in there, I think there are 4 or 5 different pitchers. Yeah, you didn't have.
Yeah, it was by committee.
Yeah,
correct. It was by committee.
Bullpen game, so to speak, I guess is what they call that, even though it wasn't bullpen guys. But that's where you look at this and you say, I mean, it isn't like college basketball where you have that middle of the week game and you go out and get smashed. And we're not in the David Pierce era where a loss is going to, just shake things up and make you think that the world's going to end. Those weekend series are the ones that count, and this team is excelling in the weekend series and got another one coming up, and there's nothing that leads me to believe that you're going to see any let up in this squad right now.
No, yeah, been pretty damn hot, dude, and of course, Houston Christian, like your heart kind of got to go out to him, right? Like you're playing one of the best teams in the nation here, right? Like what can you expect? You can come out and try and perform, you can try and stay with the club, but you got to know that if you're doing this much damage to the SEC, or God, I gotta stop with this. If you're having so much success early in the SEC as the Longhorns are now, it's going to be tough to kind of get some crooked numbers up on the board for them, right? But give credit. They came out and swung up and put at least 2. They got 2 runs. They got 2 runs up on the board there. But yeah, run rule.
Yeah.
And sure enough, man, that's just what happens when you go up against a team like Texas. Sometimes it can happen when you go up against a team like Texas. But we turn our gaze on to Kentucky for this weekend here for another SEC weekend series. Look, man, stay hot. And I know that the old adage in baseball is you're only good as your next pitcher, or that's the only motivation in baseball is your next day's starter. So again, the pitching's been decent. The pitching's been okay. It hasn't been a pandemic or an epidemic rather for the Longhorns this season. And hey, man, let's go. Max Wieners. Let's keep it up.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, Flores goes 2 2/3 last night. And I think the other part of that, what you mentioned, I mean, the pitching staff, you're keeping the pitching staff nice and fresh. It makes it nice when you don't have to play a full game.
Right.
When you're run ruling people, let's.
Is this the third game now that they've run ruled, or second game?
I think 3rd or 4th.
4. I didn't know it was 4.
Maybe 4. I don't know. But yeah, you get these guys that come in, Bing, Reddick, Moffitt, they go 1 inning. Hey, just go throw the baseball a few times, and hey, it's a good problem to have.
Keep your arm in shape is what my old coach used to say. Hey, get on out there and keep your arm in shape a little while. When we were up for a good bit, when we had a nice comfortable lead, put this guy in. Keep your arm in shape a little while.
Yeah, get on out there and throw it just a little bit. Go throw some batting practice. Go throw some batting practice. We were talking about the Lakers. Did you see LeBron? LeBron's getting one of the biggest accolades that he's ever had in his life. Did you see that?
No, what I missed this.
Barbie announces the creation of LeBron James' own doll.
In Mattel, so Mattel still owns Barbie. Is that right? Mattel is the manufacturer of Barbie.
Yeah.
Mattel. Yeah. Okay. So Mattel is bringing on a LeBron James doll.
The 4-time NBA champion can add. It's going to be a Ken ambassador. You know, Ken the dude.
Okay. Now, will this figurine be bigger than the Ken doll or the Ken figure? Because Ken and Barbie are the same size, right? LeBron's no average human being. He's a specimen, a human specimen. Will the doll be bigger than the rest of the Ken dolls?
I would hope so.
Or the Ken. What did you just call him?
Kenbassador.
The Kenbassadors.
Ambassador. I think, and he's the first one because the Lakers and LeBron James family.
Oh, they're gonna have some L.A. Luka, huh? Will L.A. Luka be able to fit in the box
with a cool one in his hand?
Right.
Hopefully he's got a cool one in his hand. Yeah, it's the first doll announced for the Kenbassador series from the brand, which looks to honor men who, quote, who inspire and contribute to a better world for all, end quote. Good for LeBron. Good for LeBron.
You know what? This guy's got money everywhere. We talk about Shaq being just a business in himself. Yeah. LeBron is becoming a business. All right. Like the LeBron James, it might become INC here shortly. All right. What he's got, how much percent does he have in Liverpool? He's a stakeholder in Liverpool though, right?
Yeah.
I don't think he sold any of it. But I'm pretty sure he's part owner of Liverpool still. Or at least, on the board, I would think. Has shares or whatever. But yeah, like this, wherever you can get in, right? Wherever you can make a buck, go ahead. Now you're going to have mailbox money. This is just more mailbox money. Yeah. That's all.
And here's the other part of it where this dude is such a smart
Barbie or not, I don't care if I have a Barbie logo on top of me. If you got mailbox money for me, send it my way.
And it's going to be even more mailbox money, Wags, because the doll will when you see it, it's going to have the Nike Dunk high retro shoes is what he's going to be wearing.
Nice.
He'll be wearing Beats headphones, the signature watch on one wrist, and an I Promise band.
Hold on, do you know for sure it's Beats?
Yeah, Beats headphones. Yeah, Beats headphones. And he's going to be wearing sunglasses and a fanny pack. That I don't know.
Okay,
Does LeBron do that? I don't know.
So if he's wearing Beats, then you'd like to. So is Mattel? How does that work? Is Mattel paying Beats, or excuse me, is Mattel paying Dr. Dre and Jimmy, or are they paying Mattel to be on the sponsor for that?
I would think
sure they got to pay
to use those.
They got to pay Dr. Dre to be on the box, right?
Yeah. In this day of NIL
for marketing, I think that I'm pretty sure. Like it's been a while since I took marketing at UT, but I'm pretty sure that's how it works.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you would think. I mean, there's going to have to be. Let's see here. I think I have it right here. Here we go. So here is the back of the LeBron doll.
Will he be Little Penny? I don't know, because Little Penny had Chris Rock as the voice too, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That is. You got to have a basketball in there though, right? Like you got to at least have.
Yeah.
Congratulations, LeBron. Congratulations. You were pulling in coin from everywhere. You're now with Mattel and Barbie. Way to go.
I'm sorry. What the hell are y'all looking at?
LeBron is now a Barbie doll. He's a figurine.
He's a Kenbassador.
Who's selling that?
Mattel. The Barbie people.
Very interesting. I wonder what his cut of the revenue is.
That's what we were talking about. Like, how much of a share is he getting from this? Also, apparently, Beats is a part of this thing too. Like Beats by Dre,
Nike shoes.
So you got to figure that all these guys are getting a cut at something if they're being, marketed or have any type of brand being merchandised there for their logos or something.
Hey man,
what's on the plate today, Jordan? What's up, buddy?
Few different things you want to talk about. I don't know if anyone's seen it. We will go fully in depth on it. But there is some wild shit going on in the Ohio State, reporting market. You all haven't seen that?
No, what's up? I'm intrigued.
No.
Let's go.
All right. So again, I'm gonna dive into this later in the show.
Sure. Yeah, I don't want.
to.
I'm sorry. I don't want to steal thunder.
But the long story short, there are two beat writers on the Ohio State beat who've been on the Ohio State beat for a long time, pretty well respected, or I guess up until this week or this morning, because at Ohio State, the way their collective is run, about 80% of the money comes from one group, right? That one group went and created a media platform to cover Ohio State. And they have a podcast called The Podcast where Ohio State players, active players, would go on this podcast and they would be paid for it. Except the two guys who are hosting the podcast weren't giving them the actual full amount of money. Like, for example, Caleb Downs, he came on a podcast, was supposed to get $25K. He got $5K. The other guys took 10 each. So they basically got caught doing this. And thank you, Bevo and Jason. They got caught doing this, and they denied it all over Twitter. And, like, there's a legitimate court case and court documents that were released this morning to prove that they were guilty as hell. So I just find it fascinating and wanted to talk about that a little bit later in the show. There's multiple stories on this that I'll reference. But
you got an affidavit out on there, huh?
Yeah. No, it's some wild stuff. But, yeah, looking forward to talking some sicko college football stuff on that later in the show.
I will be tuned in and listening. What's up, Will?
How's it going?
Oh, it's going, amigo. It's going.
Willie. Yeah, man.
Got my house back, guys. Got my house back. All the plastics removed. We got new, fresh paint on the ceilings. We're looking good, man.
Weren't you in the house yesterday?
What's that?
Weren't you in the house yesterday?
Yeah, but I've been confined to one room here. You know, me, the dogs, and everything. We've kind of been living in this this kind of studio by Tom McKay and Audiovisual Consultations. Thankfully, it's been the perfect setup of our dreams. So
yeah,
it hadn't been bad, but it's an inconvenience when your kitchen's taken away and everything. You know, the rest of the house. You know, it just sucks. The drywall particle everywhere. It just sucks. It's an inconvenience, but happy to have a roof over our head nonetheless.
That's right. Hey, you guys, don't forget tomorrow, Chaos Theory at 7
a.m. and like the video.
Kegs and Eggs, Wags and I, 7 o'clock tomorrow.
I dare you to like the video. I double dog dare you to like the video.
That's right.
Okay.
All right, boys.
Gents, we're gonna get out of here.
See you guys tomorrow.
Happy Wednesday.
Happy Wednesday.
Awesome. Yeah. Happy Hump Day. It's a Lone Star Playbook. We have should be a fun show today. Rob, Beavalanche, Jason, Longhorn Bear, Jake Bayless. Welcome in. We won't be doing any Barbie doll talk, especially about the LeBron Barbie doll. Wags and Rod got that out of the way.
Oh,
but a few different things we can get into. The first thing, you covered Texas baseball this weekend.
I did.
They swept Georgia. We didn't get to talk at all about it. Just how's that experience? Because I know you covered a bit of baseball during your high school days for Vipe and, you know, in the Houston area, but the show, seeing Jim Schlossnagle, the Texas Longhorns, and they have 4 or 5 losses on the year as things currently stand.
4 losses, yeah.
Yeah. How's that?
It's great, yeah. I mean, as some of you been able to tell, I've not been in tune to recruiting over the last few days because I was out at the ditch all weekend, and you know, for a pinch hit series for me, couldn't get better than last weekend. You know, seeing them with no A-Rod, with no Max Blue, going up against the best hitting team in the country and held them to under 10 runs in an entire series. It was, I mean, I don't know if they're the best team in baseball because I've seen what Arkansas can do, but I can tell you that the way that they play from behind, the way that they play in those close situations, this is not a team that is going to blow saves. It's not a team that's going to string together errors in a game, from what I can tell. You know, and I think people see the midweek games, you know, with the loss last week and, like I said, those injuries and things could kind of pile together and not turn out so great. This is a team that will be hosting a regional, and I believe will be hosting a super regional. Top to bottom, there are some, maybe some issues at the bottom of the lineup if these injuries kind of continue. Don't want to name names, but just your average problem in a college lineup at the bottom where guys, really can't hit, especially when they're facing the stuff that Georgia and LSU pitchers and, as we'll see this weekend, Kentucky and Arkansas and, some other schools have. But man, Will Gasparino's a guy that can be a College World Series hero for you. Rylan Galvan is a guy that can be a hero for you in Omaha. There's several guys. Dylan Volantis. Dylan Volantis is a freshman, and he's coming in pitching more than 3 innings in a game to win a series, and looking kind of perfect. I think he gave up 2 hits, and one of them was kind of a blooper. This pitching staff is loaded top to bottom. Obviously the issue in late in the Pierce days was the bullpen. But the way that Max Weiner, has put together this pitching staff this year, the guys they got through the portal. I mean, Jared Spencer is an ace. He's a true ace. He's a guy that will be an ace at some point in the MLB, I believe. Ruger Riojas is kind of the same way. I felt like we didn't really get his best stuff the other day. But 3 days in a row in that series, this was the best, if not the best, a top 3 hitting team in the country heading into that series. And Texas had double-digit strikeouts in all 3 games. I believe 2 of the pitchers did. Dylan Volantis himself had 8 or 9 on Sunday. And, Spencer broke his career high in longest appearance in innings pitch, or, in pitches. So we're talking about guys that can go deep against one of the best teams in baseball. And now they get a week where they're not maybe facing as tough as a challenge. And it's going to be really interesting to see if they can, if they don't let up. Because 3 out of 4 sweeps in your first 4 series as an SEC baseball team, man, that's hard to do.
Hey, Jake Bayless has a question. Can they continue the sweepage? And is it fair to expect them to sweep Kentucky this weekend?
Yeah, I don't know. I would never expect a sweep because I just feel like in baseball, especially when we're at this point in the season, when these midweek games are, are taking a toll. We saw what Texas State did, and I think, UTSA up here in a couple of weeks is going to be a tough one too. So Texas is not playing slouch. They're not playing Yeshiva University, the team, who just broke their 100-loss streak. They're playing, the baseball team, the group of 5 baseball teams, even the FCS baseball teams in the state of Texas are really elite. Naaman asked, I'm glad you brought this up.
That's a great question for us Texas baseball T-shirt fans.
Because he is. He played last night. He almost got a second at bat, but Texas, run ruled Houston Christian 12-2 and, didn't end up getting to play in the 7th, 8th, bat in the 7th, 8th, or 9th. So he wasn't able to do that, but he did get an at bat. I believe that takes his total to 3 on the year. A-Rod will be back, I believe, at some point this weekend. Schloss said, probably playing in some capacity. So I think with him, it's going to be hard. One more bat. Not that he's, a guy that John Williams is subbing in for, but one more bat. And, with a guy like Jaquay Stewart kind of stepping up, coming into last weekend's series, not hitting very well. And on Friday, he had an at-bat. In the middle of the at-bat, he took a really bad swing on a pitch way outside. Schloss went up to him. He ended up striking out there. But on Saturday, he had a home run. And then on Sunday, he had an RBI single that drove in 2.
Jonah?
No, Jaquay Stewart.
Okay.
Jaquay Stewart. Jordan Williams does not have a hit yet.
Okay, that was my next question. When he does, hopefully he hits it to Galveston. But
yeah, I think he will at some point this season. I think there's a couple midweek games where he'll have another opportunity. Houston Christian was one where, where you knew he was going to get one because that team is just not on par with some of the other midweek games they're playing, like Texas State, like UTSA, like a couple of the other ones early in the season. But this team is deep, other than Duplantier, other than, really maybe Cole Chamberlain. There's not guys on this team that I don't think can step up for you in big time situations. And that's what it takes to make a run to Omaha. It's your 7, 8, and 9 hole hitters, making consistent contact, at least one of them getting a hit in every game. And that's what happened in this past weekend. So Texas is showing signs of being a team that can make a deep run. And I think, I understand, Patrick, why you don't like Jaquay Stewart. There were a lot of people saying that. I have a chat, talks about Texas baseball all the time. And, and they moan and groan every time he comes up to the plate, but he had a great series. And he's, showing some signs of life. But Rylan Galvan, with that walk-off home run, just smoked it. I don't know what I think the official number was like 415. I think it should have been closer to 435. I mean, he damn near hit the top of the letters, in that right field video board. And, he's a character. He's a guy that you want to kind of represent your team. He, after, I'm not sure if any of you saw the replay, but he hits the home run. He said he blacked out on his way from first to third, and when he blacked back in, his shirt was off. So that's a guy, it's going to give you some headlines, and good locker room guy. And, he said the same thing about Jonah and a couple other guys on that team who were always really hyped up. And I think that was kind of the issue last year, is there wasn't a lot of excitement because there were a lot of bad losses. Obviously, that's why Pierce is no longer the coach here. And there were a lot of, I think issues within, maybe not issues within the clubhouse, but just not a morale that can get you to Omaha. I think that's what the Longhorns have right now.
Yeah, we'll get to this first.
Yeah, Jake asked if we have a time frame on Max Ballou. For now, it is likely that he will not play in the regular season. I think maybe playing in Hoover in the SEC tournament is likely, if not expected at this point. But I would say once we get to the regionals, if he's not playing, I would be very surprised. If Texas is playing in Omaha, he will be there, unless something, he has a major setback here. So Texas will be at full strength by the time they're playing in Hoover.
Sweet. Wanted to ask you, you mentioned they're on pace to host a regional and a super regional. When is the last time Texas did that? Because, I know David Pierce did it several times, but, towards the tail end of his tenure, things leveled off a bit. That's obviously why they needed to replace him. So I was just curious when that was.
I'm looking it up right now.
Sweet.
But I'm not, I know it's been at least, I think Jake is right. I think it's 2021 when we had, MJ Melendez and Zach Zubia and Dylan Campbell and that whole team that, ended up making a run to Omaha. And I think, honestly, top to bottom, this team is better than the 21 one. And that may be a controversial take, but I really do. And I think when you have Max Ballou back and you see how this team has played throughout the last 2 months, and you have, now everyone kind of clicking, and I'm not saying everyone will be clicking in the late stages of April and once we get to May, but with the state this team is in right now, I don't think there's any way that Texas doesn't make it, a deep run.
Is it that hot of a take? I mean, statistically, haven't they had their best start since like 04, 05?
Yeah, but I mean,
and they're also now playing in the SEC, which am I mistaken for thinking that's a better baseball conference in the Big 12?
Best baseball conference.
Okay,
yes. I mean, almost by far this year.
Yeah, I mean, man, with Schloss, I think everyone had high hopes, and even some high expectations, but I don't think a ton of people would have seen this coming for them. Just even going back to June, the day they hired Schloss, it was just hard to put that on the team in year one. And I mean, they've overachieved pretty much, it seems like, every goal. Another thing I wanted to ask you, last baseball question. What do you kind of think of the way they've used Jonah Williams? Because he could have left high school or left and got drafted out of high school and would have gone about third round at the earliest, fourth, fifth round, somewhere in there. And a big part of Texas recruiting him, and not just the football or baseball program, but the two of those programs recruiting him, they figured out, hey, this is what a third-round pick made last year. This is the most a third-round pick. We need our NIL number for freshman year to be over that so that he doesn't leave in June when the draft comes after enrolling in January or whatever. So they've invested a ton into him. And I'm not going to say what the number is, but it pretty much is like what the number one or number two offensive tackle in the country would get. He's making seven figures and more than just $1 million flat. So with that, the people paying him that, there's expectations on him to be a star from day one, right? Or at least from the fan base, the people involved with the brass at Texas and the way the money gets set up, right? But from my point of view, at least seeing how things have gone with, him only playing a little bit of spring football, I think they're doing the right thing in easing him in. Because, yes, you have a lot of money invested in him, and he kind of has to play as a freshman no matter what because of how much you're spending on paying him. But at least on the football field, I have a lot of confidence they'll find ways to get him on the field in more than 4 games. He's an elite tier athlete that can help you win ball games. Baseball is a little different, though. It seems like won't be able to have quite the impact we expect him to have in football, but just kind of what are your thoughts on seeing the way he's been eased into it on the diamond?
I'm not sure if it was Schloss that said it or Sark, but one of them said, Jonah Williams is a baseball player right now. He is on the football team, but he is a baseball player. He is with the baseball team as much as they need him to be in terms of team meetings. And he's basically at every meeting, every practice, unless there's a major football, commitment. And I think that would be a scrimmage at this point. Jonah Williams, I think the best part of this situation is that you didn't really have to build Jonah Williams too much in the weight room. Because he came into college with a fairly ready body.
6'3", 205.
Yeah, at least a body that you can play, in a limited fashion as a freshman. And then once the baseball season ends, he's not going to get a ton of time to work in the weight room because I expect that will be in the middle of June or late June, that he's officially part of the football team and the baseball season is over. And yes, that will hurt him because, there's no doubt about it. If he had started in January and only been, with the football team, he would have a better chance of having a bigger role on the team. But I do think the talent is just there and the body is there. Like I said, what you're getting in Jonah Williams. You've known that for the last year and a half, in terms of what he can do for you on a weekly basis. And I think that hasn't changed, regardless of what he looks like. Once you get to Columbus on August 30th, I think he'll be playing in that game. I think he will pretty easily burn his red shirt. And I think, by the time we get to November and those home games are coming back, I think he'll be a pretty important part of the secondary.
Yeah. The thing that's just awesome about him, too, he literally played every single position in high school. So, there are several places you can play him at year one, day one as a true freshman. And the dude is 6'3", 205 running 4.53 on a laser last March, right, in Houston. So even if it's not safety, there's a role for him on kickoff to run down the field and kill someone. It's the same thing that Leonga Lafau, that Anthony Smith played. For their big bodies that can actually run and move, they always find a role on special teams. Nick Townsend will as well, even though he's not showing up till June. So just curious what your thoughts were from Jonah Williams and how they've kind of eased him in on the baseball side. But want to get into some football recruiting. Yeah, with Dwayne Akina back, I'm assuming they'll stick Jonah Williams on punt block. They had Michael Griffin on punt block for every single year he was at Texas, even when he was an All-American and playing in the best secondary in the country. So I do think they'll find use for him there. But wanted to get into some recruiting. Some dominoes are starting to fall. We've talked a lot about, the receiver dynamic with LSU filling up, how that could affect Texas. One thing I think we did hit on a little bit last week, Texas A&M, they picked up a commitment from a 3-star linebacker from Ohio. His name is Storm Miller. And this is notable. Texas was not recruiting this kid. They didn't even offer him. That's not why it's notable. But it's notable because A&M is only taking 2 linebackers in 2026. I have that on very good authority from folks in College Station that they're only taking 2 linebackers. Right now, their main targets are Tank King and DeQuivis Beck. But Tank King, he's not announcing a decision until 4th of July. So that being said, if another guy tries to hop in the boat before, they're going to have a situation on their hands. And they're currently scheduled to host like 4 or 5 linebackers not named Storm Miller or Tank King. So I bring this up to say, if A&M fills up, it can give King, much more of a look at Texas. So actually, not that he doesn't realistically look at them as an option, but pretty much for him from the jump, it's kind of been A&M or bust. Right now, I think the order of his recruitment is A&M, Notre Dame, and then Texas. I think it's kind of unofficially down to those 3 already. Schools like Baylor, Houston, and Oklahoma State, Nebraska, Michigan, they're in it, but A&M, Notre Dame, and Texas are the ones to know. And A&M is also in a great spot for DeQuivis Beck, who I honestly personally think would be a better take than Tank King, especially once you go look at the tape of Storm Miller. So if DeQuivis Beck, someone Texas is not recruiting anymore, was to end up at A&M and fill that spot where A&M's full, Texas could very well pivot and put much more effort into recruiting Tank King than they are right now, because I do think part of their pitch is, or their approach is, hey, this kid is probably going to A&M no matter what we do. So just something I thought was interesting for that. And, the dominoes falling. They're also in it with Calvin Thomas, who Texas is, in the hunt for. They're out of it with Kosi Okpala, but just a lot of moving parts right now. And, really interesting stuff going on. From there, wanted to talk about the prospects that are expected on campus this weekend. I got the list pulled up right here. Where is it? Okay, so should be able to see it. Yeah, that's the full list. So John Turrentine, he's coming in on Friday. It'll be a 2-day unofficial visit. Long time, 5-star offensive tackle target. Well, actually no longer a 5-star, but you get the gist. At different times, he was the guy. I fully believe that, the number 1 target. Now it's pretty clear it's Felix Ojo. I know there's some people that don't believe that, but Texas isn't stupid. They know Ojo does a lot of interviews, and they wouldn't tell him he's the number 1 guy on the board and their franchise player unless they were cool with that getting blasted out all over the media like it has. So that being said, Ojo is the guy, but Turrentine not far behind him. We currently have him ranked as an interior offensive line prospect because that is what he projects to play in the NFL. There are not very many 6'3.5" offensive tackles in the NFL. However, that doesn't mean he can't play offensive tackle in college, and that's what Texas is recruiting him at. So the dream haul, at least for me as a guy who loves, in-state kids playing at the flagship in-state school, is that Felix Ojo and John Turrentine would, without doubt be the best offensive tackle duo Texas has signed out of high school since I don't know who. I would say since Calvin Banks and Cam Williams, but John Turrentine and Felix Ojo clear Cam Williams, at least compared to what he was out of high school, and it's not remotely close. So that's a big visit there because he hasn't been on campus, I don't think, since the season.
Yeah.
Took a visit to Michigan a week or 2 ago. Looks like they will get an OV, but not on the schedule as of yet. Right now, the 3 OVs on the schedule are Texas, Texas A&M, and Tennessee. Texas will get them last, and depending on who you talk to right now, some believe A&M is actually the leader for Turrentine. He's visited like 2 or 3 times this spring in College Station, and I think they have kind of figured out that Texas is likely to get Ojo, and very rarely will 5-stars want to play want to be in a class with another 5-star at the same position. Felix Ojo and Turrentine, they've yet to come out and say, no, I'm not playing with that guy. I refuse to play with that guy. But I do think both those guys are figuring that out. You know, do I want to do this by myself or do I team up with someone else and it's not as much about me? And it's fascinating because those aren't the only 2 5-star level offensive tackles that Texas is in on and has a shot with. So I do think they might be thinking a little bit overthinking it, considering, you know, Cody Green and Malachi Lee and several other out-of-state top offensive tackle targets exist. But you know, it's an ongoing developing situation. So something to monitor. Diabell will be back on campus. Peyton Houston, the lone 2027 uncommitted quarterback with a Texas offer. It's a big visit for KJ Edwards. I would expect him to bring his younger brother JD as well. It'll be the first time he's been on campus since the junior day, and I believe it's the first time he will have been on campus with Chad Scott in town.
Yes.
I don't know how to say his high school name, but there's a 2027 running back from Buffalo, New York coming up.
I think it's
Kansas. Okay. Coming down to town. His name is Elijah Kimball. He does not have an offer from the Longhorns, but was one of Chad Scott's top targets at West Virginia. So that being said, as long as he shows up at the height and weight that he lists himself at, I would expect him to get offered. Texas, they rarely will make kids travel across the country unless they have legitimate, serious interest in them.
Let me break you up right here. After him, there's another out-of-state guy that really interests me. I think he's one of the best players at his position in the country. I think he will eventually be a 5-star, if not damn near close to it. And that's the name at the bottom right there, Samari Matthews. Samari Matthews was not even on Texas' radar under Terry Joseph or Blake Gideon. And when Mark Orphy came in, Mark Orphy offered a few kids very early on. I think Samari Matthews was the first. This is a guy, you know, from North Carolina who had a lot of ties to the Clemson staff. You know, could end up at South Carolina. Could end up at one of the Florida schools, I believe. But Texas is kind of the wild card in this recruitment. They've done a great job over the last month or so. He scheduled his official visit a day after they offered. He basically began scheduling it the second they offered him. They've moved really quickly. He likes the idea of going far from home. And that's what is really interesting about this recruitment is that, you know, that's not the case for a lot of kids. But I think he really likes that idea of, you know, not going where his friends are going. He knows Grayson Littleton. They played 7-on-7 together. Grayson Littleton was a 2025 signee, and knows what, you know, Mark Orphy and Dwayne Akina are doing. And I think that's going to be kind of important if those two keep communicating, because I know they did right after he got that offer. So he is one that I'm going to be taking a close look on. Damari Simeon out of Richmond, New Jersey. We might actually have this wrong. He might have visited this past weekend. I'm not quite sure. There was some confusion that maybe he was going to be in town last weekend. Another one where a recent offer and someone that, you know, Texas is high on, but with the D-line class and the guys that are kind of emerging to the top of the board, not sure that there's going to be a spot for him. Really like him. We've talked about Mason James out of, you know, Norman.
That's a big time visit. First ever time on campus.
Huge visit for a guy that was raised, you know, in Oklahoma, in Norman, a few minutes away from campus. Like you said, this is a huge visit. If Texas makes a good impression, I think it could be very easy to say that they're the leader early on, you know, right after that.
I'm going to be very careful with, like, the way I look at his recruitment, like Oklahoma would really have to have an all-time fuck up to not get him. But that's okay because the recruiting is the long game, right? If I had to call what I think happens, I think he commits to OU sometime this summer. They find a way to figure it out. And then in November or December, when they get fired, he signs with another school. If the Oklahoma hire isn't good enough, which, I mean, who the hell can you project or predict to take that job? It's kind of interesting, you know, but
maybe Kendall
James, I mean, I want to make it very clear, like, Texas loves him. Chris Jackson has called this kid and his parents every single day since they offered him. And there is not a doubt in my mind that if he called Texas right now, they would tell him yes. they 1000% would tell him yes, and he hasn't even visited yet. So with that, I don't think Texas is going to like have a ridiculously hard push right now. They're going to work to get an OV scheduled. It'll probably be that 13th through the 15th weekend. And then Oklahoma, they host them, I believe, the last weekend, the 20th through the 22nd. So they'll be able to button things up, considering he's going to be a late June or July commitment. But again, play the long game. What happens around signing day when the season's coming to an end? Tay Ellis, one of the top in-state receivers. Right now, I think Trey Moore is, the longest. How should I say this? I think Trey Moore is the best prospect at Pflugerville Weiss, best receiver prospect in the 27 class, in-state class, in terms of projecting them to the league and the traits and stuff. But right now, if I was a high school coach and had to draft a 27 receiver, it would be Tay Ellis. It would be him or Trent Yancey, but I like Tay Ellis more. He's verified faster. He's also bigger, longer, and taller. So with him, I think it'll be his first or second time on campus. Texas offered him last spring when Jackson went out there. And then Jackson also came back in January, had a conversation with him when making the rounds. You talked about Damari Simeon. I think Dre Quinn, Samari Matthews. Jamarian Carlton, that's a pretty notable visit. It's his first time on campus since the junior day. This is a kid who, I viewed for a long time as Texas's recruitment to lose, but as things have gone on this spring, I still have my crystal ball on Texas, but I do not think it will be Texas, or at least as things currently stand. Texas is not the leader right now, and the main thing working against them is actually their depth chart and how well they've recruited as of late at that position. So I do think, I'm holding patient on my crystal ball. I do think he will wait till July or August to make his decision if, he doesn't wait until what he plans to do, which is making a commitment in season. But with him, like, playing time is super important for him, early playing time. He wants to play as a true freshman. The main other contenders in his recruitment are SMU, Baylor, and A&M. I know he can play as a freshman at SMU and Baylor. I'm not sure about A&M, but that path to the field will be faster in College Station than it is in Austin. So if Texas, is hoping to change what the order in the recruitment is, I think their best, pitch would be, hey, man, I know you want to play early, but do you want to play early or do you want to get developed and be an NFL draft pick? Because there is a difference. How many players has SMU had drafted or Baylor had drafted at his position in the last 5 years, and how many has Texas? There's a big difference.
It's a big difference. Yeah.
And even with A&M, that'd be a great thing for him too. They have pretty good edge production. It's also close to home, also in the SEC. And A&M is kind of an ace up their sleeve. They have Torian York, who is, at least in the time I've covered kids from the city of Temple, I've never come across a kid that has more impact on his community and is more beloved. So they're going to be leaning on Torian as well to help them with the Jamarian Carlton recruitment. But hard to call it right now. But if I did, probably a Baylor SMU, in all honesty. I do think things could change a bit once NIL becomes part of it, because if Texas or Texas A&M or SMU really wants them that bad, they can blow Baylor out of the water with NIL. But a lot of things that could play out, but for now, hanging on to my crystal ball, because I do think Texas will have a chance to change the way he thinks about the program and why he's kind of tweening off of it with, their depth chart. So another example, every year or two, there's several kids who, they want to play early, and that's fine. I get it. But it makes it a lot harder for Texas to win the recruitment when they have as loaded of position rooms that they do, like the edge room. That's Texas's deepest room. So it makes sense why he's thinking the way he is. Hayward Howard Jr.
One
Go
second.
ahead.
I will say, like you said, there's guys every year that want to play early on. There's also guys like Colin Simmons and Anthony Hill that wanted to play early on, weren't sure if they were going to be able to at Texas, and look how they turned out. Colin Simmons was a freshman All-American. I don't know if Anthony Hill was, but he had a damn good season in 23. And I'm not saying that Jamarian Carlton is on par with where Colin Simmons was, going into his senior year, because he definitely wasn't.
Yeah.
But
sorry, that's the other thing that's very interesting about Jamarian Carlton's recruitment. He wants to play day one, but he's not really a day one player.
Right.
He needs time. So the schools also have to figure out a way to tell him that without pissing him off or upsetting him in his camp.
And he could play as a freshman at Texas. He would not start, and he would not be truly in the rotation, in my eyes, looking at what the 26 roster would be.
But he'd have a chance to compete for it.
He would have a chance to compete, and hell, there may be some more guys in addition to what they get in the 26 class that are a part of that edge room. I mean, we saw a couple of weeks ago that, Texas recruiting David Bailey out of Stanford as an edge, and what many consider to be one of the deepest rooms within the team. So they're always going to be looking for more talent, and there's always going to be more talent for you to beat. If Jamarian Carlton is one of those guys that's willing to take on that challenge, I think he will end up at Texas. I think he will realize the upside to waiting a year. I'm still going to get my money, still going to get my house settlement money with revenue sharing, and I'm still going to get a whole lot else. If I can combine that with just waiting a year, getting my body right, doing everything right for a full year, Colin Simmons will be headed to the draft. I believe after the 26th season, Ethan Vasic or Colton Vasic, Ethan Burke will no longer be a part of the team. Obviously, Trey Moore will not. Well, I guess Vasic could be.
Yeah, Burke and Moore out of eligibility, but Vasic could come back.
Yeah. So, I mean, and like I said, there will be other big name edges that are a part of this class. It may not seem like it right now, but Texas is going to be able to recruit those guys, especially late in the cycle, especially if there's big coaching changes. They will capitalize off that. They'll end up getting two guys that I think will project very well, at least. So Jamarian Carlton feels like he can take on that challenge, and I know that he is a guy that can. I don't see why he wouldn't end up at Texas. But you have to understand these are 16, 17-year-old kids, and when the decision is in their hands, I'm not saying it's a bad decision, but sometimes it's always been your dream to play as a true freshman. It may have always been your dream to play as a true freshman at Texas, and if you don't think that's possible, then instead of playing 4 years at Texas, you may want to play 3 or 4 years at Baylor or SMU, and it's very understandable. We know this game, and we understand why that's usually not the best decision. But at times we've said this is a bad decision for guys, and then they're not going to work, and it's, they're going to be in the portal. And then you have 3-year players, at schools. I'm not saying Baylor SMU has done this because they haven't, but Baylor SMU, and they play 3 years, and they're first-round draft picks. Tyree Wilson, who was a little bit before, the NIL era.
Tyree Wilson also, they can't really. I mean, Tech can claim him, but you know where he started his career?
I actually don't.
He's a fighting Texas Aggie.
But
here's some real Tyree Wilson lore. You know who his cousin is?
I don't.
The pride of Pflugerville Weiss, Adrian Wilson. Both of them are from Alaska, fun fact, and ended up moving to Texas. I know Tyree Wilson was in East Texas. I think he was at West Rusk or Rusk, whatever it
Sounds
is.
right, yeah.
But yeah, he was top ranked player that went to A&M, flamed out, and then portaled to Tech and just got playing time, and they figured it out with him. But it is, do you want to play early or do you want to get drafted? Because one school does that a lot better than others in terms of the ones he's considering. And there's also schools like Arizona State, LSU, already have official visits on the schedule. I think USC is probably going to get one. There still isn't a single person you can find in the city of Temple that thinks he's going out of state. This is an in-state kid who is going to stay in state, which leads me to our next kid who I also think will stay in his state, Hayward Howard out of New Orleans Edna Carr. Okay, so currently scheduled to visit Texas on Saturday. It'll be his first ever time on campus. Mark Orphe's been recruiting him super hard. They offered him in February or March. Since then, Orphe and him are talking every day, is what he told me at OT7 about a week or two ago. For him, every time I wrote about him, I'm like, hey, this kid in Texas, they're going to have a shot to end up together. But Miami, Auburn, Texas A&M, Florida State are all also involved. The only school that isn't involved yet is LSU. And when you ask him, hey, have you heard anything from LSU? No, I haven't. They haven't even followed me on Twitter, any of this. And I, as soon as he told me that when I was interviewing him, I got PTSD of the Aiden Anding recruitment last year, where it was clear he was going to commit to Texas. I don't know if you remember the Aiden Anding recruitment, Will, but it's late June. He is silently committed to Texas. He's committing the next day at like dinner time. And it is a Friday. He was committing at Saturday on dinner time. It's Friday night. I'm in the state 7-on-7 hotel in College Station, and LSU offered Aiden Anding at 9 p.m. the night before he was committing to Texas. He held off on his commitment date, pushed it back, visited LSU at the end of July, and then committed in August and signed with LSU. It was a done deal. And after not talking to him and kind of ignoring him for 3 years, LSU offered him, and it immediately was LSU. I mean, y'all know what the draw is for state of Louisiana kids and LSU, especially at the defensive back position. But with Hayward Howard yesterday afternoon, posted that LSU offer. So I did, follow up with him. Hey, are you still going to be at Texas this weekend? He did tell me yes. But I very much think this is now LSU's, recruitment to lose. Want to give myself a little pat on the back. Will and I were texting about him a few days ago. He had a tweet that was kind of funny that Will sent me, and he was like, what do you think of him? And I said, he is the classic Louisiana DB that's extremely competitive / confident and talks shit but backs it up. He has LSU written all over him, but they haven't offered yet. Think they eventually will, though. And also the 2 stories I wrote about him on our site, I was like, y'all need to watch out for LSU. He just fits them too well. And I think he would be a star there. So, unfortunately, not the best update for Texas, but hey, we'll see what they can do. They pulled Derek Williams out of Louisiana. They pulled Wardell Mack out of Louisiana. Could they do it again? Who knows?
Yeah, I was going to say, if Hayward Howard Jr. makes it back to campus and he's not committed to LSU by June, and he's, on 40 acres for an official visit, Texas has done a great job of matching visitors with player hosts over the last few years, dating back to Michael Taft being the player host for Arch Manning. And consistently, Arch Manning credits, Michael Taft, maybe not for getting him to Texas, but for being a main reason why he considers Austin home, and as someone that he could kind of trust going into it. And that guy plays on the other side of the ball. And that's, I think the joke for years just been, it was the fratty white guy. That's not why. I know Michael Taft. I know he's a damn good recruiter. I can tell you that. If he doesn't end up being an all-pro safety in the NFL, I can very easily see him moving, into the coaching ranks, into the recruiting ranks itself. And Texas has a few guys like that. Arch has done a good job of that as of late. Hate to call him the pony show on those unofficial visits, but occasionally I think he is. I think if he's, in the building,
it's Arch effing Manning. You're messing up if you're not using him as the petting zoo. Like, hey, recruits, it's the most popular person in all of college football, probably like the 3rd most popular name in all of football. Go say hi to him. It's awesome. It prints money for you, basically.
Him and Collier get done with an unofficial visit weekend, especially like a couple weeks ago for Longhorn City Limits when there was practice and during Junior Day. It's like either I love seeing Arch Manning or I love seeing Colin Simmons. Anybody on defense always any defensive prospect talked about Colin Simmons, because you just look at it. You look at what he would have done at LSU this past year, and you look at what he would have done at Texas. Texas was the better team. Texas had the more loaded defensive line, the more loaded edge room. Like I said, they were the better overall team, and yet Colin Simmons played more at Texas than he ever would have at LSU. So it dates back to the Jamarian Carlton conversation. And like I was kind of saying, where truly, and I'm not saying other teams don't do this, but truly, you come in as a freshman, you are going to have a chance to play. And it sounds so cliche, but apart from, I would say, 5 or 6 guys per class, there's a scenario where most of them can play. Most of them either can't or offensive linemen, because you don't, have as many subs. And, if the true freshmen are playing, it's usually because you're up by 40 or down by 40.
Or something went horribly wrong.
Or you've lost 2 guys at the top of the depth chart. Cole Hudson, for example, but it was a very weak offensive line that year. So what I'm getting at here is that the way that Texas, I would say, I've gotten a better chance to see it, obviously, over the last couple months being in the market. But the way that Texas kind of operates on these visits and their biggest pitch to everyone right now, when you're, for the most part, 80% of the time recruiting blue chip players that are, in this day and age, considering schools where they can definitely play as a freshman and they can almost definitely start. Because Texas is going up against North Carolina. They're going up against, we've mentioned Baylor and SMU. They're going up against teams that are not at the top of the totem pole in college football. But, like I said, Colin Simmons, Anthony Hill, even Ty Anthony Smith, even some guys in the secondary who have played consistently. Ryan Wingo played consistently as a freshman, have proven to these guys that if I've got the dog in me, I can be a real asset to this team early on. And being a real asset to the team at Texas as a freshman sets you up to be a first-round pick. It's easy as that.
For sure. Jaquan Snell, last guy on the list. I personally believe he's the best safety prospect in Texas right now, or at least for the 27 class. That opinion can change, but that is just the opinion I have right now. Baseball player, grew up playing basketball too, has a really good track and field profile, his long jump like 22 plus, 5 or 6 times already this year. Really intriguing kid, about 6'3", 180, 185, and has been a freshman starter or a varsity starter at Waxahachie since his freshman year, playing in the best district in all public school football in America, not just Texas, but in America. So battle-tested kid, one that's high on Texas, visited last April and then came back for a visit at the end of March. And before he left at the end of March, they scheduled another unofficial visit for April 12th. So it'll be his 3rd time actually seeing a practice because he saw practices the first 2 times. But, another opportunity to connect with Dwayne Akina and Mark Orphy. But we're going to wrap up the recruiting part of this. Want to talk about this crazy shit with the Ohio State market. So I saw this morning on Awful Announcing. If you don't know what Awful Announcing is, it's like a media platform that does a lot of reporting on like sports media stuff. And you're probably like, well, what do you mean? Like they're not doing like game wraps or anything. They're doing like for example, the Stephen A. Smith and LeBron feud or whatever you want to call that bullshit. You can read all about it on Awful Announcing. They're not doing like LeBron said this and Stephen A. responded this way. Like they actually have pretty damn good journalists who set up the entire story from start to finish, and it's pretty informative. And they have a hilarious Twitter account as well, where I see most of their stuff. But I'm going to talk to you about this Ohio State beat writer thing because it's, college football at its finest. I love this shit. It said the legal case involving Ohio State beat writers Austin Ward and Jeremy Birmingham and their now former employer has taken another turn. An amended lawsuit suggests that the 2 OSU insiders didn't just mishandle podcast funds, but admitted to taking money that was supposed to go directly to players for paid appearances. Initially let go by the media on March 31st, Ward and Birmingham's fires became public a few days later through a subscriber message sent by their now former coworker, Doug Les Miras. Initial rumors on message boards and social media suggested the 2 had mishandled the advertising revenue, which Ward publicly denied. But a new court filing obtained by the Roosters' DJ Barnes adds significantly more weight and detail to those allegations. According to the new amended lawsuit, both, or I'll just share this on the screen so y'all can see it too. But I'll keep reading it for those on audio only. But according to the amended lawsuit, both Ward and Birmingham allegedly skimmed money from sponsorships and ad deals, money that was exclusively intended to compensate Ohio State athletes for appearing on the podcast. The filing alleges that Perry even admitted in writing to pocketing a portion of these funds, with Birmingham specifically stating that after paying players, the leftover revenue was split between himself, Ward, and an unnamed third party. The media is now accusing the two of civil theft, breach of contract, unjust enrichment, and in Birmingham's case, computer trespass and invasion of privacy. Ward is also facing a defamation claim stemming from his public statements about the company's alleged contractual failings. The company also claims Ward sent out a rogue invoice to an unauthorized sponsor just 32 minutes after being fired, and that Birmingham accessed company email without authorization for his termination. These new findings contrast pretty drastically with both men's public sentiments in the immediate aftermath of their firings. Ward and Birmingham denied any wrongdoing while suggesting they were being scapegoated by an ownership group no longer willing to fund their podcast. Despite the legal mess, both men still cover Ohio State for Rivals.com. It is unclear which athletes they are accused of skimming money from and whether they are current or former members of the Buckeyes' roster. What else we got? Okay, so we got more stuff on this. Don't worry.
Yeah, this is not the first time that Jeremy Birmingham has been sued. I believe that one of our competitors also
I'll get into
him at one point. Yeah.
We'll get into that in a second. So this is the text message that they sent out. This is Doug, the text subscribers. At this time, we believe it is appropriate to remind you that canceling is as easy as typing stop. We anticipate providing additional information next week. In the meantime, we understand your decision. Should you choose to cancel your subscription and want to do everything in our power to maintain your trust as we contemplate our future coverage. And then came the rumors. A post from a longtime insider on the 11 Warriors message board quickly went viral, sparking speculation about the reasons behind Birmingham and Ward's sudden exit from the podcast. According to the post, which has now been widely distributed across social media, Birmingham and Ward, allegedly backed by the financial group responsible for delivering up to 80% of Ohio State head coach Ryan Day's direct NIL payments to players. The post accuses the two of mishandling NIL funds in a deal involving star safety Caleb Downs. Specifically, the allegation claims Ward and Birmingham brokered a $25,000 NIL agreement for Downs to promote their brand, but only paid him $5,000, pocketing the rest. This is just basically the screenshot of. So there's let me try to explain this better. The Ohio State market has several websites. One of them is 11 Warriors. This was a website that was created. It was an independent site, and it was created by several just Ohio State beat writers that wanted their own site. When On3 became a company, Shannon Terry, the owner of On3, had a contract signed with them for On3 to take 11 Warriors under their network umbrella. They became an On3 Ohio State site, still had the name 11 Warriors. Part of 11 Warriors' thing was they didn't just, shit out content. They didn't have 20 stories a day. They would rather have these huge pieces with every journalist on their site about once, twice, maybe 3 times a week. And that was kind of like what they were known for, On3 buys them early on, and they still do this till this day. They were sticking quotas on a lot of their writers. They needed 60, 70, 80 stories a month. That was never how 11 Warriors did any of their business. So a lot of those guys try to get out of contracts. But I believe On3 also still does this. They make you, when you sign with them, sign a non-compete for 2 years, right? So when Birmingham got out of 11 Warriors, who he was working for under On3, the media who owns this podcast and is the brand/company that, supplies 80% of the NIL dollars to the Ohio State football roster, they hired ridiculously good lawyers to win in that case versus On3 on the non-compete, and he won. So since then, this, site 11 Warriors has kind of returned to the independent state it was, if I'm not mistaken, and now there's, some posts on it every now and then. This is a subscriber named the Oracle, it's someone with knowledge of the sports media industry that is remained anonymous on this. But they said, I was put in my place a few months ago by my boss for being on the boards. New boss now. I did send 22 a note. You guys have no idea how reviled Austin and Burma are on the beat. They big time everyone because they're backed by the people who give Ryan Day 80% of his direct payments to players as NIL. By the way, not Schottenstein or Agamiri. If you know, you know. So those grifters get the best and first access. Sure, call me sour grapes. It doesn't change the facts. Imagine what would happen to you if you brokered a deal for $25,000 for Caleb Downs to promote your product. paid Downs $5K and pocketed the other $20K. You think you might lose your job too. So that's kind of how it happened. They're still writing for Rivals. They have yet to comment anything. They were, working for Rivals previously, and then the media, it was a side gig. Yeah, just some ridiculously wild stuff. Like, you can't really make this up. And this is the post of one of the guys who is proven in a court case to have stolen money. It is a screenshot of the Notes app where he's basically denying all the allegations. But this morning, people got the court documents. Where is this? 3 shared accounts, 2 additional accounts, 1 for Birmingham and Ward. The alleged sponsorship scheme dates back to 2022 at the inception of the company. Birmingham and Ward admitted in writing to skimming advertisement and sponsorship money from the company's till. Birmingham admitted in writing that he and Ward retained advertising money meant for paying players that appear on the show with us. Ward conceded that he and Birmingham skimmed money intended for players. I don't know. I don't really know where this ends up or how I finish this, but I just thought this was a fascinating story that I had to share, because when I wake up and I'm sitting on the toilet right after I wake up going through Twitter and this thing pops up, like I thought I was still asleep and was like dreaming. Like, it didn't seem real, because very few of these media companies, I should say, are actually tied in with collectives, and those that are, there's usually some shady shit going on. For example, Texags or other, companies, markets, reporting sites that have in-house NIL deals, exclusive access with players. Usually something bad comes out of that in some way or form. I'm just kind of saying what happens. So just a fascinating thing. If you want to read more about this, all of the links are on this story. Just go to Awful Announcing. It is titled Ohio State Beat Writers Admit to Skimming Money Intended for Players According to Lawsuit. Just, again, thought it was fascinating and thought I should share with y'all because it is incredibly interesting. But will they be in the press box come August 31st? Who knows? If so, I'll probably see them. I tentatively plan on attending that game, but I don't know. We'll see.
We will see.
Yeah, will anything else you want to wrap this show up with?
Nothing to wrap up. I think tomorrow we'll talk a little Masters. Because I know we do have a Texas Sports Unfiltered Masters pool. So get to that tomorrow.
Yes, I forgot to mention that. Go if you want to join the Masters pool, go to the Texas Sports Unfiltered Twitter at TSU Unfiltered or TS Unfiltered on Twitter, and I believe BK pinned it at the top. But up next, get over to the Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Our friends at SEC Unfiltered debate if Texas is the best team in college baseball right now. But until next time, we're going to get out of here. At 2 p.m., Chip and Zay are back on the live stream, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, wherever you get your live stream from. And we'll be back on Thursday. Thank you all for tuning in. Longhorn Bear, Jake Bayless, Patrick, Steven Delgado, CB. We appreciate all y'all naming Roberts, and y'all have a great one. We'll see you.
See ya.